Welcome, esteemed listeners, to Sleepy History Facts. Tonight, we embark on a tranquil journey back to a pivotal era that fundamentally reshaped the course of global history. World War I. What began with an air of confident ceremony and grand declarations, slowly and inexorably spiraled into a conflict far more vast and profoundly unsettling than anyone could have possibly foreseen. It was an event that didn't just redraw the maps of nations, it fundamentally altered the fabric of daily life, and subtly, yet profoundly, rewired how the modern world would forever contemplate the concepts of power, progress, and the immeasurable cost of loss. This is, at its heart, a narrative woven from the desperate choices made under unimaginable pressure, of entrenched systems stretched taut to their absolute breaking points, and of countless ordinary people thrust into the most extraordinary and often tragic circumstances. It reveals how a world seemingly robustly connected by intricate webs of trade, shared traditions, and boundless ambition suddenly discovered the shocking fragility of those very bonds. Long after the final ceasefire brought a semblance of quiet, its profound echoes continued to resonate, subtly reshaping borders, influencing generations of families, and forever imprinting themselves upon the collective memory itself. If you find solace and fascination in these gentle journeys through history, I warmly invite you to show your support by liking this episode, subscribing to our channel, or sharing your reflections in the comments below. Your engagement helps others discover this peaceful sanctuary, one sleepy soul at a time. But for now, your only task is to simply relax. Allow your shoulders to gently soften. Feel the tension release, and let your eyelids grow pleasantly heavy. There is absolutely nothing you need to do and nowhere else you need to be, as we peacefully delve into this remarkable and transformative chapter of human history together. Now, let us begin. The Great War, as it was then known, was ignited by a single, fateful assassination in Sarajevo. It was in late June of 1914 that Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir presumptive to the Austro-Hungarian throne, arrived in Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia, for what was intended to be a routine, albeit tense, imperial tour. However, a calamitous chain of unforeseen mishaps led his motorcade down an unintended street, and that fateful wrong turn positioned him directly within arm's reach of a determined assassin, Gavrilo Princip, with two swift, shocking shots. The Archduke and his beloved wife, Sophie, Duchess of Hohenberg, were fatally struck. What began as a horrific private tragedy for the Austro-Hungarian monarchy instantly escalated into an international crisis of unprecedented magnitude. In the fraught weeks that immediately followed, the delicate dance of diplomacy saw European leaders and their envoys exchanging a flurry of ultimatums, hollow reassurances, and grave warnings. Yet, these critical messages were often agonizingly delayed or fatally misunderstood across the continent. Blindly, many leaders clung to the dangerous belief that they could issue severe threats without irrevocably triggering an all-out catastrophe. Their unwavering faith in intricate military mobilization plans, perfected over decades, far outweighed any genuine commitment to finding a peaceful compromise. Thus, The crisis unfolded with the relentless inevitability of falling dominoes. As deep-seated national pride, pervasive mutual fear, and the rigid, interlocking systems of military alliances left virtually no viable pathways to de-escalation or slowing the momentum towards conflict. Consequently, by early August of 1914, the continent of Europe found itself irrevocably plunged into the abyss of total war. The initial months of the war unleashed a cataclysmic, unprecedented scale of movement and destruction that the world had never before witnessed. Massive railway networks, synchronized timetables, and sweeping mobilization orders simultaneously propelled millions of soldiers across the continent. Fighting rapidly spread beyond the grim trenches of northern France and Belgium, extending outward into the volatile Balkans, the strategic Middle East, vast swathes of Africa, and even reaching distant parts of Asia and the Pacific. In the unforgiving landscapes of East Africa, grueling campaigns, largely overlooked by Europe's sensational headlines, relentlessly dragged on amid scorching heat and debilitating disease. Concurrently, in the politically charged Middle East, centuries-old imperial borders began to fracture under the strain, and a series of new, often contradictory, promises were made, the profound repercussions of which would resonate and shape the region for many decades to come. Even across the Atlantic, ostensibly neutral countries found their economies inextricably drawn into the conflict, supplying crucial food, essential steel, and vital financial loans to the warring factions, subtly yet decisively tilting their industrial production towards the demands of war. Even in areas where no actual bullets flew, the pervasive influence of the conflict compelled governments to fundamentally rethink and implement new, often drastic, methods of taxation, rationing, and societal policing. By the time the devastating conflict finally drew to a close, the very maps of the world, the intricate arteries of global trade, and the long-held political expectations of entire populations had all been irrevocably rewritten. This brutal four-year war systematically dismantled and toppled four vast, historic empires in swift succession. The conflict's ravages extended far beyond the battlefield's destruction of armies. It profoundly strained and ultimately shattered the complex, often fragile, structures that had long held multi-ethnic empires together. In the vast Russian Empire, endemic shortages, coupled with catastrophic battlefield disasters, fueled widespread popular unrest, culminating in a fierce revolution that violently tore the centuries-old autocratic order apart. The beleaguered Austro-Hungarian Empire grappled desperately to maintain the loyalty of its vastly diverse regions. As burgeoning national movements gained strength and pushed relentlessly for independence, especially as military losses continued to mount catastrophically. Germany, too, endured immense hardship, suffering widespread hunger under relentless Allied blockade pressure and experiencing profound internal political fracture. Its ancient monarchy, the House of Hohenzollern, ultimately collapsed as military defeat became an inescapable reality. Finally, the once mighty Ottoman Empire faced multiple foreign invasions, widespread internal upheaval, and conflicting visions for its future direction, inevitably crumbling under this overwhelming combined weight. Each imperial collapse unleashed a torrent of cascading consequences. Entirely new borders were hastily drawn. Fledgling governments struggled to assert control. And bitter, often violent, arguments erupted over fundamental questions of national identity and territorial claims. Populations who had lived for generations as subjects under imperial rule suddenly found themselves reclassified, transformed into citizens of nascent states, displaced as countless refugees, or relegated to minority status within unfamiliar and often hostile new political entities. The sheer speed and magnitude of this societal transformation were dizzying, creating dangerous power vacuums that various factions, both internal and external, hastened to fill. Indeed, by the time the relentless guns of war finally fell silent, entire political worlds, which had shaped human history for centuries, had already irrevocably vanished. While the Armistice Agreement officially brought an end to the active fighting, it by no means halted the profound and widespread aftershocks that continued to ripple across the globe. At the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 1918, the deafening roar of artillery and incessant crackle of gunfire finally ceased. For those who had endured years of constant thunder and bombardment, the sudden, profound silence felt utterly surreal and almost unbearable. Some soldiers erupted in spontaneous celebration. Others wept openly with relief and sorrow, while many simply stared blankly, utterly unsure how to react or behave in a world suddenly devoid of omnipresent danger. This monumental moment was fraught with poignant contradictions. It was simultaneously a wave of profound relief and an overwhelming tide of collective grief. For the ultimate pause had been purchased at the unbearable cost of millions of lost lives. It was also permeated by deep uncertainty, for the armistice was merely a cessation of hostilities, not a comprehensive, lasting peace treaty. Vast armies still stood encamped in the field. National borders remained hotly contested and unsettled, and domestic politics across Europe were dangerously unstable. Nonetheless, that precise hour on November 11th became an enduring, powerful symbol. It marked the collective first breath, drawn by a world utterly exhausted after 4 relentless years of unimaginable strain and devastation. The first formidable tanks, revolutionary machines of war, rumbled onto the battlefields primarily to shatter the agonizing stalemates that characterized trench warfare. These earliest models often resembled monstrous, moving steel barns, loud, agonizingly slow, and possessing a strangely organic presence as they lumbered across the churned and torn earth of no man's land. Their design was a direct response to a very specific and deadly tactical problem: how to effectively breach vast tangles of barbed wire and traverse shell-cratered terrain, all while offering crucial protection to the crews operating within. Upon their initial, surprising appearance, the sheer psychological shock value they inflicted upon defenders, who had never encountered such a sight, proved almost as strategically important as their limited, yet nascent, firepower. Unsurprisingly, these pioneering models frequently suffered from overheating, mechanical breakdowns, and often became helplessly mired in the mud. Yet, even these operational failures provided invaluable lessons. undeniably pointing towards a radical new direction for future warfare. The potential was clear. Tanks could flatten formidable obstacles, provide crucial moving shelter for advancing infantry, and bring heavy machine guns or cannons directly into the fray without exposing their vulnerable crews. Dedicated engineers tirelessly worked to refine their tracks for better traction, enhance their armor for greater protection, and improve coordination strategies with ground troops, thus gradually transforming early, crude experiments into established military doctrine. In due course, these evolving machines proved instrumental in loosening heavily fortified fronts that had previously seemed utterly immovable. More significantly, they offered a compelling glimpse into a future where strategic speed and overwhelming mechanical force, rather than sheer human endurance and protracted attrition in the mud, would ultimately dictate the outcome of battles. Aircraft, initially conceived as rudimentary scouting tools, rapidly evolved into deadly aerial hunters, transforming the very dimension of warfare. In the nascent stages of aviation in warfare, pilots were primarily dispatched aloft to conduct reconnaissance, to meticulously observe and map enemy positions, and to report troop movements that were invisible to ground commanders. However, it became almost immediately apparent that control of the skies offered an invaluable strategic advantage, as a clear aerial perspective could precisely guide artillery bombardments and effectively preempt surprise enemy attacks. Consequently, pilots soon began carrying personal rifles and pistols into the cockpit for self-defense. This quickly escalated to specially mounted machine guns, and thus, the exhilarating and perilous art of aerial combat took dramatic shape almost overnight. This early, heroic era gave rise to legendary flying aces, but it was also fraught with constant, life-threatening danger from notoriously unreliable engines that frequently failed without warning, and fragile aircraft frames that could splinter catastrophically from combat damage or even structural stress. Beyond individual aerial duels, air power rapidly expanded its scope. Planes began dropping rudimentary bombs on vital enemy supply lines and critical rail yards, and they conducted strafing runs on roads to disrupt troop and supply movements. Consequently, nations engaged in a frantic technological race to develop better, more powerful engines, sturdier aircraft frames, and more devastatingly reliable aerial weapons systems. By the war's conclusion, the aeroplane had irrevocably transitioned from a mere curious invention to an indispensable military necessity. From that point forward, no serious military planning would ever again dare to ignore the crucial strategic dimension of the sky. Contrary to popular imagery, it was artillery, not rifles, that tragically accounted for the vast majority of battlefield deaths during the Great War. When most people envision the Great War, their minds often conjure images of rifle-wielding soldiers bravely charging across open ground. Yet, the true, silent killer was the brutal combination of sheer destructive distance and the unforgiving power of steel ordnance. Artillery shells possessed the terrifying ability to strike targets far beyond the visual horizon, descending without a moment's warning, whether under the cloak of night or the harsh glare of day, in the clearest weather or the densest fog. A single, concentrated artillery barrage could, in a matter of mere minutes, utterly smash fortified trenches, bury countless men alive beneath tons of earth, and completely sever vital communication lines. Commanders invariably relied upon these heavy guns to relentlessly soften enemy defenses, meticulously pounding them into submission before any infantry advance could even be contemplated. Consequently, the skies above the front lines were perpetually filled with a steady, soul-numbing roar that seemed utterly endless, beyond its destructive impact on men and machines. Artillery also irrevocably shaped the very landscape itself, grinding once fertile fields into moonscapes of interconnected craters, which frequently filled with both stagnant water and the unburied bodies of the fallen. In this horrifying new form of warfare, danger rarely presented a discernible face. Instead, it often arrived as an insidious, unseen force, heralded by a faint whistling sound, followed by a sickening thud, and then, most tragically, by the sudden, inexplicable absence of a comrade who had stood there just moments before. Amidst the relentless destruction of World War I, humble Pigeons performed an extraordinary service, carrying vital messages when conventional communication lines were inevitably severed by relentless shellfire. The chaotic and brutal environment of the battlefield could instantly swallow all forms of communication. Fragile telephone lines, painstakingly laid, were routinely shredded by concentrated bombardments. Human runners risked instant death on perilous journeys, and signal flags, while visible, invariably revealed precious positions to the enemy. In the midst of such desperate chaos and technological vulnerability, the unassuming messenger pigeon offered a truly surprising and invaluable form of reliable communication. These remarkable birds were specifically trained with an innate homing instinct, flying unerringly back to their lofts rather than venturing outwards. Consequently, these pigeon lofts, situated safely behind the front lines, became crucial hubs for transmitting critical information. A tiny, lightweight capsule attached to a pigeon's leg could securely carry vital coordinates, desperate, urgent requests for reinforcements or supplies, or the immensely reassuring news that a beleaguered unit was still bravely holding its position. Their journeys, though swift, were fraught with peril. These avian messengers bravely confronted fierce weather, debilitating exhaustion, and even direct enemy fire. Yet, a sufficient number of them invariably managed to complete their vital missions, making a tangible difference. The sheer simplicity of this system was part of its genius. A pigeon required no intact working cable to transmit its message, nor a clear, unobstructed road to traverse. It needed only the vast, open sky and its unwavering instinct to return home. In essence, these small, feathered messengers played a crucial role in stitching together a perpetually shattered front line, serving as a poignant reminder that the very outcome of war can calm, at times, hinge on the seemingly lightest and most vulnerable of lives. Amidst the ceaseless peril and grinding hardship of the trenches, improvised trench newspapers served as a vital lifeline, keeping humor and morale defiantly alive. In the pervasive mud, under incessant orders, and battling crushing exhaustion. Remarkably, some military units managed to establish and produce their own newspapers, often crudely printed on whatever makeshift presses they could scavenge. These precious publications were brimming with dark jokes, satirical cartoons, humorous, fake advertisements, and sharp, insightful observations about their officers, meager rations, and the increasingly strange, often absurd, rituals of daily life on the front line. This distinctive gallows humor was far more than a mere distraction. It was an essential psychological tool, a defiant means of retaining one's humanity when every brutal day actively sought to strip away individuality and reduce a soldier to nothing more than a statistic. The anonymous soldier writers employed witty nicknames, invented relatable characters, and shared playful gossip, collectively building a shared, authentic voice that provided a comforting sense of familiarity and home in an alien landscape. One issue might playfully mock the perpetually dreadful weather. Another might offer a wry celebration of a cook's unlikely miracle stew. And yet another might quietly, yet profoundly, honor a friend who was suddenly, tragically, gone. Soldiers eagerly traded cherished copies, read them aloud in the dim confines of their dugouts, and engaged in spirited arguments over the sharpest lines. For those fleeting moments, the sound of laughter could incredibly cut through the pervasive dread, offering a brief, precious reprieve. And that reprieve mattered immensely. Remarkably, even amidst the brutal conflict, soldiers occasionally exchanged souvenirs and snippets of slang across the otherwise hostile enemy lines. Despite a war fueled by official rhetoric of hatred and demonization, the individual men who faced each other in the trenches sometimes recognized unsettling commonalities, shared fears, similar daily routines, and a mutual understanding of their grim predicament. During rare, quieter lulls in the fighting, small, illicit objects might cautiously pass from one side of no man's land to the other. A simple button, a precious cigarette, a tin of coveted food, or even a personal postcard. Such unauthorized exchanges were almost never official, and indeed, if discovered, could lead to severe punishment. Yet, they persisted, driven by an undeniable human curiosity and a surprising sense of familiarity that occasionally surfaced between adversaries. Beyond tangible objects, language itself also traversed the lines. A warning shouted by an enemy might later be ironically repeated as a grim joke among comrades, and phrases overheard from prisoners could subtly slip into the soldiers' daily vernacular. A vibrant and distinctive slang vocabulary rapidly evolved, blending regional accents, military abbreviations, and terms borrowed from enemy languages, until a unique trench language emerged, coexisting alongside their original dialects. While souvenirs initially served as tangible proof of one's presence in the maelstrom of war, they also, paradoxically, served as stark reminders that the enemy possessed hands and pockets, desires and fears, much like one's own. It is both profoundly unsettling and deeply revealing to witness how quickly, under extreme conditions, a shared, if unspoken, culture of common humanity can emerge, even across the most bitter divides. Perhaps the most poignant demonstration of humanity's enduring spirit amidst the horrors of war was the extraordinary Christmas truce. In the desolate winter of 1914, along scattered sections of the Western Front. Something utterly unprecedented and profoundly moving occurred. Carols and songs, at first tentative, drifted across the frozen darkness of no man's land, soon followed by hesitant, almost imperceptible gestures, a tentative wave, a cautious step into the open, a single voice calling out across the divide. For a precious, fleeting period, in certain sectors, the incessant firing miraculously ceased, and sworn enemies cautiously emerged from their trenches to meet, face to face, in the desolate space between the lines. They exchanged small, symbolic gifts, shared cigarettes, took poignant photographs, and communicated in broken phrases, utilizing any shared words they could recall. Crucially, some brave souls helped respectfully bury the countless dead who had lain unrecovered and out of reach for weeks. And this simple, the profound act of shared humanity felt like an astonishing return to sanity amidst the pervasive madness. Military commanders, predictably, viewed this fraternization with deep apprehension, as it fundamentally threatened discipline and the very concept of an enemy. Consequently, many sectors of the front never experienced this brief, miraculous cessation of hostilities. Nevertheless, the Christmas truce became a powerful and enduring legend, precisely because it was not a grand, officially sanctioned peace treaty. Instead, it was a fragile, spontaneous choice made by exhausted, ordinary men, and in doing so, it unequivocally proved that even the most brutal war cannot erase the innate human conscience. It merely challenges its very existence. World War I, unexpectedly, played a significant role in popularizing the wristwatch, primarily because military officers required meticulously synchronized time for complex operations. In the decades preceding the conflict, most men typically relied on pocket watches, which were often considered a gentleman's accessory, usually tucked away out of sight until needed. However, the brutal realities of trench warfare irrevocably altered this ingrained habit, as precise timing became literally a matter of life or death. A successful attack, for instance, might hinge on advancing infantry, leaving the trench at the exact, predetermined moment artillery barrages lifted and shifted forward. Even a delay of mere seconds could catastrophically expose an entire line of soldiers to enemy fire. Consequently, officers began the practical innovation of strapping their watches to their wrists, allowing for instantaneous glances at the time without the cumbersome fumbling in the darkness or ubiquitous mud of the trenches. Watch manufacturers quickly responded to this new demand by developing sturdier, more robust designs, incorporating protective covers and featuring luminous markings that could be clearly read even in the deepest night. Thus, the wristwatch rapidly evolved from a mere status symbol into an indispensable, practical instrument of military precision, perfectly fitting the war's overarching obsession with rigid schedules, synchronized train movements, and meticulously coordinated operations. There was a profound irony in this development. A conflict that often felt uncontrollably chaotic and utterly devastating paradoxically demanded the most exacting precision. Consequently, meticulous timekeeping became an intrinsic, fundamental part of military discipline. When the surviving veterans eventually returned home, this practical habit remained ingrained. A seemingly small piece of military gear had quietly, yet fundamentally, rewired daily life, transforming the very concept of time into something portable, visible, and intimately worn on the wrist. The exigencies of the Great War spurred an unprecedented expansion of intelligence work, as codes, code breaking, and espionage transformed into critical strategic weapons. With armies swelling to unprecedented sizes and strategic plans becoming exponentially more intricate, timely and accurate information rapidly became as strategically valuable as vital ammunition. Consequently, nations painstakingly constructed elaborate intelligence networks designed to meticulously gather field reports, intercept enemy communications, and diligently track shifting enemy intentions and capabilities. The intricate arts of code making and code breaking rapidly evolved into a sophisticated contest of pure intellectual prowess and immense patience, with dedicated specialists meticulously studying linguistic patterns, identifying inadvertent errors, and recognizing frequently repeated phrases to crack enemy ciphers. Indeed, the deciphering of a single, well-timed intercepted message could reveal crucial troop movements or critical supply weaknesses, and such invaluable knowledge could, in turn, save countless lives or decisively turn the tide of an entire battle. Covert spies, masters of deception, operated discreetly in bustling neutral cities, along vital rail lines, and near strategic ports, frequently employing forged papers, hidden compartments, and even invisible ink to clandestinely pass sensitive secrets. Opposing counterintelligence agencies relentlessly hunted these clandestine agents with sophisticated surveillance techniques and elaborate deception operations, thereby creating a pervasive shadow war that remained almost entirely hidden from the general civilian population. This burgeoning, secretive work also profoundly shaped the very dynamics of trust within governments, as leaders were constantly forced to critically evaluate which intelligence reports were genuinely accurate and which might have been deliberately planted to mislead. Ultimately, World War I served as a crucial catalyst, transforming intelligence gathering from a sporadic realm of occasional intrigue into a highly organized, systematic discipline, complete with dedicated departments, structured files, established budgets, and specialized professional careers. A significant, albeit often overlooked, social consequence of the Great War was the accelerated granting of voting rights to women in several nations, a direct result of their invaluable wartime service. The unprecedented demands of the war compelled societies to ask women to shoulder vast responsibilities and undertake roles that had, for generations, been systematically denied to them by entrenched social norms. Women stepped into factories to produce munitions, kept vital farms operational, staffed beleaguered hospitals as nurses and administrators, and meticulously managed households under the constant pressures of rationing and profound personal loss. When a fragile peace finally arrived, it became increasingly untenable and morally indefensible to argue that political voice and civic participation should remain exclusively limited to the men who had served on the battlefields. Suffragist campaigners, with renewed vigor, powerfully leveraged the war's experience as irrefutable evidence, pointing to women's immense labor, profound sacrifice, and undeniable competence demonstrated under the most extreme pressure. Consequently, in several key countries, the right to vote suffrage was indeed expanded relatively soon after the conflict's end. Although the specific details and scope of these reforms differed widely across nations. Some groundbreaking reforms granted voting rights to women above certain specified ages, while other regions progressed far more slowly and unevenly. Reflecting diverse political and social resistances, these significant changes were never merely a superficial reward for wartime service. They were, more fundamentally, a public recognition that the venerable old social order had irrevocably shifted under the immense pressures of total war. The crucible of wartime experience had undeniably placed women directly at the center of national survival, and their newfound visibility and agency could no longer be conveniently ignored or erased. While gaining the vote certainly did not instantly solve all forms of gender inequality, it undeniably opened a crucial political door that had been firmly locked for generations, thereby permanently altering the landscape of national politics. World War I served as an unparalleled accelerator for technological innovation, rapidly advancing fields like aviation, radio communication, and industrial-scale logistics. The immense, existential pressures of the Great War compelled technology to grow up with astonishing speed and sophistication. Aircraft, for instance, swiftly evolved from fragile, rudimentary scouts into formidable, organized air forces. Engineers relentlessly pursued the development of more powerful engines, sturdier airframes, and increasingly reliable flight instruments. The deployment of radio communication also expanded dramatically, driven by commanders' desperate need for far faster and more secure communication than traditional messengers could possibly provide, especially crucial at sea and across vast, sprawling land fronts. Logistics, previously a less formalized discipline, transformed into a precise science of industrial-scale efficiency, involving intricate rail schedules, massive supply depots, and sophisticated repair systems, all designed to sustain millions of soldiers over years of protracted conflict. This relentless, often unglamorous, behind-the-scenes work was, nonetheless, absolutely critical. It ultimately dictated what operations armies could even attempt and to. More fundamentally, how long they could possibly endure on the battlefield. Indeed, even the most brilliant strategic plan meant tragically little without a constant, robust supply of fuel, food, ammunition, spare parts, and the logistical capability to efficiently move them through often devastated and damaged infrastructure. The war fundamentally transformed individual workshops into vast, standardized production lines and elevated meticulous coordination to a national obsession, a matter of existential survival. Crucially, once the fighting finally ceased, these profound technological advancements did not simply vanish. Instead, they seamlessly flowed into civilian life, fundamentally shaping modern travel, revolutionizing broadcasting, streamlining manufacturing processes, and irrevocably raising public expectations about speed, efficiency, and global connectivity. In essence, modernity arrived at an accelerated pace, precisely because the relentless demands of total war compelled its rapid development. The Great War spurred the rapid and significant evolution of new prosthetic technologies, driven by the staggering number of amputees returning from the front. Societies were suddenly forced to confront the profound implications and immense challenges of long-term care for these wounded veterans. In response to this urgent humanitarian crisis, prosthetic manufacturers innovated with remarkable speed, designing artificial limbs that were not only stronger and lighter, but also far more practical and functional for daily work and active lives. Specialized workshops became centers of intense experimentation, meticulously refining various joints, developing improved harnesses, and pioneering adjustable fittings, recognizing that a single, universal design could rarely adequately suit the unique needs of every individual. Concurrently, dedicated rehabilitation centers proliferated, offering comprehensive programs that taught patients not only how to relearn balance, walk with their new limbs, and skillfully use tools again, but also provided crucial exercises addressing both their physical recovery and profound emotional well-being. A prosthetic, therefore, was far more than a mere mechanical device. It represented a vital pathway back to gainful employment, cherished independence, and restored personal dignity for those who had sacrificed so much. Many veterans harbored a profound desire to return to their former trades, tend their farms, or resume work in factories. This intensely practical goal significantly shaped prosthetic design choices, often prioritizing robust functionality over mere aesthetic appearance. Moreover, the pervasive presence of injured men in every aspect of public life profoundly altered societal attitudes towards disability. Their visible sacrifices and ongoing needs compelled communities to demand the provision of ramps, adequate pensions, and spurred crucial new conversations about collective societal responsibility towards its veterans. While World War I did not invent prosthetic technology, it undeniably propelled its development forward with an unprecedented speed, directly driven by urgent and widespread need. In doing so, it irrevocably transformed assistive technology from a niche medical field into a highly visible and integral part of mainstream society. Remarkably, even amidst the mechanization of the Great War, countless animals bravely served in critical roles as messengers, medics, assistants, and beloved mascots, often directly under enemy fire. In an era increasingly defined by industrial warfare and emerging technologies, living creatures nonetheless continued to fulfill indispensable roles that the nascent machines of the time could not always reliably manage. Specially trained dogs courageously carried urgent messages, located gravely wounded men amidst the carnage, and at times even pulled small supply carts through impassable terrain where motorized engines inevitably failed. Robust horses and resilient mules remained the primary, tireless movers of vital supplies and heavy artillery in treacherous regions where roads were utterly broken and precious fuel was prohibitively scarce. As mentioned previously, homing pigeons, with their unerring instinct, flew steadfastly through thick smoke and deadly shellfire, carrying vital notes when communication wires inevitably failed and human runners found passage impossible. Beyond their utilitarian tasks, animals also frequently served as cherished unit mascots, offering a unique and profound form of companionship and emotional comfort that helped steady frayed nerves during endless, perilous weeks of danger and despair. Their very presence could be immensely comforting. Yet it was also undeniably heartbreaking, for these innocent creatures suffered and tragically died in the very same brutal environments as the humans who fought alongside them. Armies made concerted efforts to train, protect, and provide care for these invaluable animals, understanding that they were not mere decorative embellishments but integral, living components of the entire military system. Their poignant stories serve as a powerful reminder that the relentless maw of war indiscriminately consumes far more than just the people who choose to fight. It tragically recruits and devastates the natural world as well, often demanding unwavering loyalty and sacrifice from creatures that can never truly comprehend the human causes of conflict. The Great War, a conflict of unprecedented scale and horror, officially concluded at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. On that crisp morning of November 11th, Itzenjo Baishaba, the entire world held its breath, awaiting a precise moment that resonated with an almost ceremonial solemnity. Though the armistice agreement had been signed hours earlier, fighting grimly persisted until the final minute. In a tragic few locations, artillery shells were still mercilessly landing as the clocks inexorably ticked towards that fateful hour. Then, with an abrupt, almost disorienting suddenness, the relentless, thunderous noise of war simply ceased. For the battle-hardened men who had endured years of constant bombardment and gunfire, the ensuing, profound silence felt utterly surreal, akin to a deafening roar suddenly switched off in a small room. Some soldiers erupted in spontaneous celebration. Others wept openly with relief and sorrow, while many simply stared blankly, utterly unsure how to react or behave in a world suddenly devoid of omnipresent danger. This monumental moment was fraught with poignant contradictions. It was simultaneously a wave of profound relief and an overwhelming tide of collective grief. For the ultimate pause had been purchased at the unbearable cost of millions of lost lives. It was also permeated by deep uncertainty. For the armistice was merely a cessation of hostilities, not a comprehensive, lasting peace treaty. Vast armies still stood encamped in the field. National borders remained hotly contested and unsettled, and domestic politics across Europe were dangerously unstable. Nonetheless, that precise hour on November 11th became an enduring, powerful symbol. It marked the collective first breath, drawn by a world utterly exhausted after 4 relentless years of unimaginable strain and devastation. In the daring aerial ballet of early dogfights, the combat was often so intensely close that opposing pilots could, incredibly, discern the very faces of their adversaries. This nascent form of air combat was characterized by an unnerving intimacy, a stark contrast to the distant, technologically mediated engagements of today. The biplanes of the era were light, often open cockpit, and incredibly loud. Their relatively low speeds meant that 2 skilled pilots could engage in a dizzying spiral, often within actual shouting distance of one another. Pilots in such close quarters could witness vivid details: the flapping of an opponent's silk scarf, the glint of sunlight reflecting off their goggles, and even the sudden, decisive movement of a hand reaching for a machine gun or flight control. An aerial engagement might commence with a swift, surprise attack, then rapidly tighten into a relentless turning contest. Each pilot desperately maneuvering to gain the tactical advantage by positioning themselves directly behind their adversary's tail. The margins for error were terrifyingly thin. A momentary slight stall, a critical misjudgment of the fickle wind conditions, or a suddenly jammed machine gun could instantly flip the roles of hunter and hunted in mere seconds. Even achieving a clear victory could be a grim prospect, as a fatally damaged enemy plane might still glide for miles before inevitably crashing, often with its pilot still inside. This profound closeness irrevocably altered the psychology of aerial killing. It wasn't akin to a distant artillery shell landing as an abstract point on a map. Instead, it felt intensely personal, for the enemy was a recognizable human being, almost within reach. Despite their obvious and immense survival value, the adoption of parachutes for pilots was surprisingly and controversially resisted by many air forces during World War I. One might reasonably assume that such a life-saving device would become an immediate, universal standard. Yet, a disconcerting number of air forces hesitated, or outright refused, to issue them to their aviators. Some high-ranking leaders harbored concerns that pilots, equipped with parachutes, would too readily abandon damaged aircraft that might otherwise have been safely landed and repaired, thus wasting valuable military assets. Others expressed practical worries about the bulky nature of the equipment in the already cramped cockpits of early aircraft. Or, more controversially, feared that providing parachutes would encourage a mindset among pilots that fatal loss was an acceptable, even expected, outcome of combat. There was also the grim, practical reality that many early planes, when critically hit, could instantly catch fire, violently break apart mid-air, or enter such a rapid, uncontrollable dive that a successful parachute jump would be physically impossible regardless. Even considering these factors, the outright refusal to issue parachutes feels profoundly unsettling and morally questionable when one imagines a pilot helplessly trapped in a failing forms, burning aircraft, watching the unforgiving ground rush up to meet them. Indeed, on some sides of the conflict, parachutes were issued significantly earlier and more widely, while other nations maintained their reluctance, delaying adoption for far longer than ethically defensible. The ultimate outcome was a stark, tragic gap between what nascent technology was demonstrably capable of offering in terms of life-saving potential and what entrenched military institutions were willing to permit. In a war already overflowing with unimaginable risks, the controversial decision to withhold such a simple, yet potentially life-saving, escape mechanism profoundly shaped which pilots survived to fly another day and which met a swift, avoidable end. In the dynamic, brutal landscape of the Western Front, military maps were a constantly evolving necessity, requiring ceaseless revision as the fluid front lines could shift by mere yards, often at immense human cost. In the unforgiving realm of trench warfare, gaining or losing even a few hundred yards could tragically cost thousands of lives. Thus, an intimate, precise understanding of the terrain was of paramount, life or death importance. Dedicated map makers toiled relentlessly, synthesizing reports from daring patrols, scrutinizing nascent aerial reconnaissance images, and cross-referencing information gleaned from prisoner interrogations. Their monumental task was to accurately capture a battlefield landscape that was perpetually being erased, reshaped, and rebuilt by the relentless bombardments. A once familiar road might utterly vanish, consumed by a series of shell craters. A new, formidable trench system could suddenly appear overnight. A ruined farmhouse, a recognizable landmark, might be transformed into a critical strongpoint, only to vanish into a cloud of smoke and debris moments later. Consequently, maps were produced, widely distributed, meticulously corrected in pencil directly on the battlefield, and then rapidly replaced, sometimes within a mere matter of days. Due to the fluid nature of the front, officers diligently carried their precious maps in protective cases, poring over them by the dim, flickering light of candles in their dugouts, often engaging in frustrated arguments over contour lines that, tragically, no longer accurately reflected the pulverized, ever-changing reality of the ground. The nomenclature on these maps could also be strikingly idiosyncratic, with trenches often acquiring grimly whimsical nicknames that, in the prevailing chaos, made them marginally easier to remember and communicate. These constant, frantic revisions of the maps revealed a profound truth. This brutal war was not solely about grand strategies of nations or the tactical brilliance of generals. It was, at its core, a desperate, overwhelming struggle against the relentless geometry of distance and destruction, and the ceaseless effort to accurately describe a world that refused to remain static long enough to be truly comprehended. In the frantic race for battlefield communication, telephone lines were laid with astonishing speed, only to be shattered and severed with equally devastating regularity. Military commanders desperately craved instant communication, leading to an extensive network of field telephones and tangled cables spreading across the entire front like a fragile, overstretched nervous system. Dedicated communication crews courageously ran these vital wires through muddy trenches, across shell-pocked roads, and into the most exposed forward positions, frequently operating directly under intense enemy fire. However, with the arrival of sustained artillery bombardments, the entire delicate network invariably fractured and collapsed. A single, concentrated barrage could slice through critical lines in multiple locations, cruelly leaving entire units utterly isolated and bereft of command precisely when tactical decisions were most urgent and vital. Heroic repair parties, armed with spools of new wire and rudimentary tools, ventured out into the utterly wrecked ground, painstakingly tracing and mending breaks, sometimes working under the cover of deepest darkness to avoid detection by enemy snipers. Messages that simply could not traverse the severed wires were forced to seek alternative, often slower and more dangerous, paths through brave human runners, visual signals, or any improvised method that still functioned amidst the chaos. This pervasive, constant failure of communication lines profoundly shaped battlefield command styles. Some astute officers quickly learned to plan for periods of enforced silence and to issue clear, comprehensive orders far in advance. understanding they could not reliably depend on real-time updates. Others, attempting to centralize control, found authority and coordination irrevocably slipping away from their grasp. Ultimately, the enduring narrative of these fragile wires encapsulates the story of modern warfare, learning its own intrinsic limits. For while burgeoning technology could offer the promise of connecting a vast army, it could not, by any means, guarantee absolute control over the dynamic, brutal realities of the battlefield. What began as a volatile European crisis swiftly escalated into a truly global conflict, primarily because the dominant European powers of 1914 governed vast, interconnected empires that spanned the entire world. Indeed, at the dawn of the war in 1914, many of the world's most influential and powerful nations held extensive territorial possessions and wielded significant influence far beyond the geographical confines of Europe. When the mighty British Empire formally entered the conflict, its vast network of dominions and colonies instantly became strategically vital, drawing in resources and manpower from places as distant as Canada, Australia, India, and various parts of Africa and the Caribbean. Similarly, France heavily relied upon its extensive North and West African territories for troops and resources, while the vast Russian Empire stretched across the immense Eurasian landmass, involving diverse peoples. Germany, despite its relatively smaller colonial footprint, also possessed overseas territories, which inevitably pulled distant seas and far-flung islands into the global conflagration. Even non-European powers were drawn in. Japan, for instance, swiftly joined the Allied side and rapidly moved to seize German holdings in the Pacific and establish its influence in China. Global shipping lanes, crucial coaling stations, and underwater telegraph cables rapidly transformed into indispensable strategic lifelines, meaning that battles were fought as fiercely over vital trade routes as they were along traditional national borders. Consequently, even regions that never witnessed the brutal realities of trench warfare still felt the profound shock of the conflict, experiencing it through soaring prices, severe shortages of goods, and widespread, often coercive, recruitment efforts. Thus, a devastating war ignited by an assassination in Europe ultimately reached out and profoundly touched families on virtually every continent and nearly every shoreline across the planet. The relentless digging of trenches irrevocably transformed vast stretches of once fertile farmland into permanent, industrialized killing zones. When the initial, optimistic hopes for a swift victory dissolved, soldiers on both sides began to dig in, and the Western Front swiftly hardened into an immense, unhealing scar of complex earthworks stretching for hundreds of miles. These weren't merely simple ditches. They were incredibly intricate, subterranean networks, comprising multiple front lines, crucial support lines, vital communication trenches, and reinforced bunkers, all meticulously engineered to withstand the ceaseless storms of explosives and shrapnel. Between the opposing, fortified lines lay the infamous no man's land, a desolate, pulverized strip of earth that could vary from a mere few steps wide to a terrifying, long, exposed sprint under constant enemy observation. Relentless shelling tore the once green fields into a lunar landscape of interconnected craters that perpetually filled with stagnant water, while any semblance of paths were churned by incessant rain into thick, ubiquitous, clinging mud. Daily life in the trenches became a monotonous, grueling cycle. Endless hours of sentry duty, constant repairs to crumbling earthworks, the arduous carrying of meager rations, and the crushing psychological burden of perpetual waiting. The omnipresent scene was one of rotting sandbags, perpetually collapsing walls, and flooded. Dugouts didn't just provide shelter, they transformed the very ground into a hostile element. A meticulously engineered death trap. These intricate defensive systems could endure for months, even years, causing entire towns nestled behind them to vanish from contemporary maps. The advent of machine guns rendered traditional cavalry charges utterly suicidal. Prior to the war, many officers still clung to romantic visions of decisive battles, picturing mounted troops sweeping forward with gleaming sabers and fluttering flags. The machine gun, however, shattered this cherished dream with chilling efficiency. A well-positioned crew could unleash hundreds of rounds per minute, a relentless torrent of bullets from a weapon that neither tired, panicked, nor lost its deadly focus. Open ground. Once the realm where speed and maneuver were prized, now became an instant death trap, as concentrated firepower mercilessly punished any exposed movement. While cavalry wasn't entirely rendered obsolete, their traditional, glorious role drastically shifted. They were relegated to duties like scouting, messenger services, and rear area security. Commanders faced the daunting task of entirely rethinking offensive strategies, understanding that no amount of personal bravery could outrun the ceaseless stream of machine gun fire. This transformation presented a profound cultural as well as tactical shock, unequivocally marking the demise of a romanticized image of warfare that had, remarkably, persisted well into the 20th century. Yet, even as one technological innovation was subtly preparing to utterly erase traditional combat, poison gas silently drifted into soldiers' lungs, forever altering the landscape of war. Its arrival carried a cruel, insidious logic. It could seep into low-lying areas, creep stealthily along the intricate network of trenches, and transform the very air into an unseen, suffocating weapon. Early attacks utilized gases like chlorine, which brutally burned eyes and airways, triggering widespread panic as men desperately fumbled to breathe through inadequate, soaked cloth. Before long, the chemical arsenal expanded, becoming more varied and terrifying, with new gases specifically engineered to choke, blind, or horribly blister skin. Consequently, protective masks became as critically vital as a soldier's rifle. Yet, these early masks were notoriously hot, claustrophobic, and all too easily misfitted under the immense stress of combat. Gas wasn't always an immediate killer. Often, it inflicted a slower, more agonizing fate, leaving survivors coughing for years, their lungs irrevocably scarred by mere minutes of exposure. The unpredictable nature of wind shifts further complicated its use, sometimes blowing the toxic clouds back towards the very forces that had unleashed them, adding a terrifying element of chance to every deployment. Its psychological impact was perhaps even more enormous, as it brutally assailed the most fundamental human act, the simple, unconscious need to breathe. Amidst this new terror, the ambitious Schlieffen Plan gambled everything on unparalleled speed and perfect timing. German planners, acutely fearing a protracted war, fought on two fronts, meticulously constructed a detailed schedule that endeavored to orchestrate armies with the precision of clockwork. The central tenet was a swift, decisive strike against France first, executing a massive sweeping maneuver through the west, then rapidly pivoting east to confront Russia before its vast forces could fully mobilize. This grand design demanded absolute punctuality from its railway systems, commanders who would never falter or hesitate, and soldiers capable of relentless marching and fighting without any loss of momentum. Crucially, the plan also dangerously presumed that neutral borders could be treated as convenient shortcuts and that political considerations would inevitably yield to military imperatives. Once the initial movements commenced, altering course became excruciatingly difficult, as millions of men were already in motion, locked into fixed routes. However, when unexpected resistance, unforeseen delays, and the sheer exhaustion of troops began to disrupt the meticulously crafted timetable, the entire concept started to destabilize. A strategy predicated on absolute certainty dramatically collided with the messy, unpredictable realities of battlefield weather, fragile supply lines, and the inherent limits of human endurance. The invasion of Belgium almost immediately drew Britain into the escalating conflict within days. Belgium itself had been conceived as a crucial buffer state, a small, neutral nation whose independence was solemnly guaranteed by the leading European powers. Thus, when German forces brazenly crossed its border in early August, that violation of neutrality instantly became a non-negotiable line in the sand for London. The decision to intervene was rooted not merely in moral indignation, but also in profound strategic considerations. Belgium's coastline lay directly opposite Britain across a narrow stretch of sea, and control of those crucial ports by a hostile power posed an existential threat to British security. Belgian forts, despite being outmatched, fiercely resisted the German onslaught, and the valiant stand of their small army bought precious time while the dramatic story blazed across international newspapers. Critically, the invasion also transformed what had been a complex diplomatic crisis into an act that felt unmistakably like unprovoked aggression, galvanizing essential public support for intervention. With Britain's declaration of war, the conflict immediately gained the formidable weight of a global navy, an unparalleled financial powerhouse, and a vast empire that could summon vast resources from far beyond the European continent. In essence, a single border crossing had, within a mere week, dramatically widened the war's global horizon. The pivotal Battle of the Marne effectively halted Germany's seemingly unstoppable advance just shy of Paris. In early September 1914, the German military machine appeared poised for total victory, prompting French leaders to brace themselves for the gravest possible outcome. However, near the strategic river Marne, their relentless momentum finally fractured. Allied forces skillfully exploited weaknesses arising from the rapid German movement and their overstretched supply lines, striking decisively before the invaders could fully consolidate their gains. The ensuing battle devolved into a tense, brutal contest of endurance, with both sides desperately rushing troops towards the front lines, often utilizing any available vehicles they could commandeer. This was by no means a clean or decisive victory, but rather a harsh, undeniable check on a strategic plan that had fundamentally relied on continuous forward momentum. As Germany grudgingly withdrew to more defensible positions, the initial, naive hope of a swift, decisive war vanished completely. The conflict did not conclude. Instead, its very nature transformed. Following the Battle of the Marne, both armies began to dig in, and the Western Front steadily solidified into the protracted, grinding struggle that would tragically define the ensuing years. Soldiers were condemned to an existence plagued by omnipresent mud, rampant rats, pervasive lice, and the nascent, terrifying phenomenon of shell shock. Indeed, mere daily survival at the front became a battle unto itself, a relentless fight against conditions that relentlessly wore down both body and mind. Mud, a constant, viscous companion, could easily swallow boots whole and cause trench walls to collapse, transforming every movement into an exercise in slow, grinding exhaustion. Rats, emboldened by the grim leftovers of war, thrived on the plentiful scraps and grew alarmingly fearless in the darkness. Lice spread rampantly through crowded clothing and shared blankets, their incessant itching making truly restful sleep an almost unattainable luxury. And then there was the ceaseless, thunderous pounding of bombardment. Beyond the immediate danger of flying shrapnel, it was the interminable, soul-shattering noise that relentlessly frayed every nerve, never allowing a moment's peace. Some men began to manifest terrifying symptoms: uncontrollable shaking, stammering, or a vacant, unresponsive gaze. Many of these men were initially judged with severe harshness, their plight misunderstood long before the medical community began to grasp the complexities of psychological trauma. While letters sent home frequently softened the brutal truth, personal diaries offered an unvarnished, agonizing account. This was a form of warfare where genuine bravery extended beyond heroic charges. It meant maintaining composure and resolve amidst a relentless onslaught of discomfort, fear, and bone-deep fatigue that resurfaced, without fail, every single day. Barbed wire, a seemingly innocuous invention, transformed into invisible, deadly walls that machine guns could effortlessly defend, though deceptively simple in concept. In the context of the trenches, barbed wire evolved into a brutal, sophisticated form of architecture. It could be rapidly deployed, strung across vast stretches of open ground, and surreptitiously repaired at night, often under a hail of enemy fire. From a distance, it presented an innocuous, thin line, but up close, it revealed itself as a merciless tangle of sharp barbs and taut strands that mercilessly snagged uniforms, ensnared limbs, and cruelly forced attacking infantry to slow their advance. That crucial delay was absolutely everything. It allowed defenders ample time to precisely target men who had lost both speed and cover. Barbed wire also served as a lethal funnel, channeling assaults into predictable, narrow gaps that were easily covered by defensive fire. Cutting through it was extraordinarily dangerous work, performed with crude clippers, high explosives, or often desperate bare hands in the dark. Even when intense shell fire managed to shred a section, fresh strands could eerily reappear by morning. In countless battles, the actual fighting began long before any soldier even reached a trench line, because the true, formidable barrier was this low, vicious fence of wire. It effectively transformed vast stretches of empty space into heavily defended territory. The Battle of Verdun, a name synonymous with unimaginable suffering, became a relentless furnace of endurance and a crucible of national identity. Verdun was selected as a strategic objective, not merely for its formidable terrain, but profoundly for what it symbolized. To the French, it represented a historic, sacred gateway to the German command. It was envisioned as a place where relentless pressure could force France to bleed herself white until she finally broke. The ensuing battle morphed into an epic test of human stamina, measured agonizingly in months, with troops being continually rotated in and out of a landscape utterly blasted into a desolate, grey ruin. Supply routes, particularly the single famous road, became absolute lifelines, kept relentlessly moving by constant convoys to ensure the front was fed with a continuous flow of men, food, and shells. Entire villages vanished from the map. Forts changed hands countless times, and the fighting itself evolved into a potent symbol as much as a desperate struggle for ground. For France, merely holding on became a defiant statement of national will. For Germany, the anticipated French collapse never materialized. Verdun did not decide the war in a single, decisive stroke, but it indelibly branded itself into collective memory as a place where the very act of endurance forged a new national identity. The Battle of the Somme opened with one of the deadliest mornings in military history. On the first day of the Somme offensive in 1916, thousands of Allied soldiers advanced, filled with the expectation of shattered German defenses and clear, unobstructed paths. They had been assured that the preliminary bombardment had utterly done its work, and in some sectors, the devastated ground even appeared deceptively calm. Then, with horrifying swiftness, reality snapped into brutal focus. German defenders miraculously emerged from their deep, reinforced shelters. Machine guns reappeared with chilling efficiency, and the supposedly cleared open slopes transformed into instantaneous killing fields within minutes. Entire units were mowed down before they reached their initial objectives, while the few survivors found themselves helplessly pinned down in cratered shell holes, with no safe route forward. The sheer scale of loss that morning stunned even a world already hardened by 2 years of industrialized warfare. Yet, the battle did not conclude that horrific day. It relentlessly stretched on, consuming the entire summer and autumn as both sides desperately fought for agonizingly small patches of devastated ground. The Somme became an enduring symbol of the tragic mismatch between optimistic planning and brutal, unforgiving consequences. It forced armies to fundamentally rethink their tactics and left indelible scars on an entire generation. When the surface became too deadly for movement, some soldiers literally went underground, as subterranean mines exploded beneath. Enemy trenches, unleashing artificial earthquakes. Indeed, when the surface of no man's land grew too deadly for overt movement, some soldiers retreated into a different, hidden dimension of warfare. Underground. Specialized tunneling companies painstakingly dug narrow galleries beneath the ravaged landscape, constantly listening in the oppressive darkness for the telltale sounds of enemy picks. The work was suffocatingly claustrophobic and demanded meticulous precision, involving intricate timber supports, silent communication signals, and the ever-present dread of a sudden, catastrophic collapse. When a mine chamber, painstakingly packed with high explosives, was finally detonated, the very earth seemed to leap and buckle. A massive crater could appear in mere seconds, violently hurling soil, timber, and human remains high into the air, before then swallowing whatever remained in its immediate vicinity. The sheer force of the blast offered more than just destruction. It presented a fleeting, brutal opportunity. Following the explosion, troops would immediately rush to seize the newly broken ground before the dazed and disoriented enemy could recover, swiftly transforming a sudden, gaping hole in the earth into a precarious new frontline position. Beyond the physical devastation, mines also had a profound psychological effect, as the danger came from below, silent and without warning, shattering morale. This hidden, subterranean war demanded immense patience and unwavering nerve, effectively turning geology itself into a weapon capable of rewriting the tactical map overnight. Meanwhile, on the surface, creeping barrages moved forward to shield infantry advances. A creeping barrage was an innovative, complex attempt to transform the inherent chaos of battle into a precisely choreographed choreography of destruction. Instead of simply blasting a single, fixed line of enemy positions, gunners fired a moving curtain of explosions that advanced systematically in timed steps. Infantry followed perilously close behind, attempting to stay near enough to the moving barrage for its protection, yet far enough away to avoid being hit by their own shells. This demanding tactic required exceptional discipline, perfectly synchronized watches, and commanders brave enough to trust a complex plan that, once initiated, could not be easily adjusted. When executed successfully, it effectively forced enemy defenders to keep their heads down in their shelters until the attacking infantry were almost upon them, significantly reducing the deadly advantage of pre-prepared defensive positions. Conversely, when it failed, the consequences were brutally unforgiving. A barrage that advanced too quickly left the following soldiers dangerously exposed to enemy fire, while one that moved too slowly risked horrific friendly fire incidents. This pioneering tactic irrevocably pushed armies toward the sophisticated, modern coordination between artillery and infantry that we know today, and it unequivocally rewarded meticulous timing and synchronized execution over mere raw courage. It stood as one of the war's clearest indicators that survival on the modern battlefield depended as much on precise rhythm and coordination as it did on sheer physical strength. Flamethrowers brought a terrifying, visceral, close-range fire into the claustrophobic confines of the trenches. They were specifically engineered to solve a persistent tactical problem that rifles and grenades consistently struggled to address: how to effectively clear a dugout or a tightly winding trench bend without exposing one's own troops to devastating, point-blank enemy fire. A flamethrower team comprised soldiers burdened with heavy fuel tanks and cumbersome hoses, moving cautiously with escorting infantry, as they were immediately identifiable and high-priority targets. When the weapon was unleashed, it didn't emit a precise, contained jet. Rather, it erupted as a roaring, incandescent sheet of burning fuel that ferociously clung to wood, sandbags, and clothing. The impact was both profoundly physical and deeply psychological, as defenders could be relentlessly driven from their entrenched cover by the intense heat and suffocating smoke, even when they were otherwise well protected from conventional bullets. The inherent risk to the flamethrower operator was immense, as a direct hit to the volatile fuel tanks would almost certainly prove fatal. Flamethrowers thus became chilling symbols of the war's brutal intimacy, demonstrating how technology didn't always extend the battlefield's reach. Sometimes, it savagely dragged the fight into the closest, most terrifying possible distance. Gas masks rapidly transitioned from novelty to essential equipment, required even for the animals supporting the war effort. Once poison gas entered the fray, the simple act of breathing became a privilege soldiers had to actively earn and protect. Masks were continuously issued, refined, and drilled into routine, complete with blaring alarms, rigorous practice runs, and stringent rules regarding their immediate accessibility. Early designs were frequently flawed, prone to fogging, leaking, or fitting poorly, and even a minuscule error in donning one could lead to agonizingly burned lungs and overwhelming panic. Training, therefore, proved as critically important as the equipment itself, as men had to learn to maintain composure and clarity while their vision was restricted and their breath rasped unnervingly through the filters. Armies also made concerted efforts to protect the vital animals they still heavily relied upon, a category that included indispensable horses and dogs. Special masks were meticulously produced in various sizes, recognizing that a gas cloud made no distinction between a combat soldier and a crucial supply animal. The haunting sight of masked faces thus became an unsettling, ubiquitous part of the wartime landscape, an eerie, living uniform that chillingly suggested the very air had become hostile. This fundamentally altered the sensory experience of battlefields. An attack could now arrive silently on the wind, undetectable until its toxic presence was already deeply inside you. Despite the dawn of industrialized slaughter, horses continued to haul guns and crucial supplies throughout the conflict. Even with the introduction of trucks and trains, armies still leaned heavily on the raw muscle and enduring hooves of these animals. Horses tirelessly pulled heavy artillery pieces, carried vast quantities of ammunition, and dragged wagons laden with food through roads that were often cratered beyond recognition, perpetually flooded, or simply ceased to exist. They excelled in conditions where fragile engines stalled, and where fuel deliveries were simply impossible. And they performed these arduous tasks under relentless shellfire that indiscriminately struck targets, whether human or animal. Their pervasive presence created a strange, poignant contrast. For while the war was increasingly defined by new, complex machines, it simultaneously relied heavily on an older, more primal kind of strength. Caring for these animals demanded immense effort and meticulous planning, encompassing reliable fodder supplies, dedicated veterinary stations, and the tireless work of exhausted handlers who often forged deep, personal bonds with the animals that, in many ways, kept them alive. Losses among them were catastrophic, stemming not only from direct combat, but also from widespread disease and relentless overwork. Horses became silent, suffering witnesses to the dawn of industrial war, and they bore the immense burden of movement and logistics whenever modern mechanical systems inevitably broke down. New sound-ranging techniques revolutionized the ability to locate enemy guns simply by listening. Artillery duels were notoriously deadly, and the capacity to precisely pinpoint hidden enemy batteries held the potential to save thousands of lives. Sound ranging effectively transformed the chaotic battlefield into a strange, vast laboratory. Microphones were strategically positioned along the front lines, often interconnected by intricate networks of cables, meticulously recording the exact moment a distant gun fired. By comparing minuscule differences in the arrival time of these sounds, skilled analysts could precisely calculate where the enemy gun was concealed, even if it was miles away and expertly camouflaged. This was painstaking work, executed under immense pressure, involving detailed maps, precise timing, and constant adjustments for variables like wind and challenging terrain. When successful, this intelligence enabled counter-battery fire to strike back with unprecedented speed and accuracy, often forcing enemy guns to relocate or fall silent entirely. This represented a quiet, yet profound, revolution in warfare, because it fundamentally rewarded meticulous measurement and scientific analysis over dangerous guesswork. It also vividly demonstrated how the war relentlessly pushed scientific innovation into the very mud of the trenches, where abstract mathematics had to contend with tangible realities like rain, battle damage, and pervasive fear. In a conflict seemingly defined by deafening noise, armies learned the paradoxical art of using that very noise as critical evidence. Aerial photography, in turn, granted commanders an invaluable God's eye view of the trenches from above. From the ground, the front lines felt like an impenetrable, endless maze of churned earth and tangled wire, but from the air, distinct, revealing patterns emerged. Cameras painstakingly mounted on flimsy aircraft captured intricate details of trench lines, vital supply routes, and telltale signs of new construction. These precious images could even unveil an impending enemy attack before it had a chance to materialize. Pilots, flying over hostile territory in their fragile biplanes, burdened with bulky photographic equipment, had to maintain an impossibly steady course while relentless ground fire reached up toward them. Back on the ground, dedicated photo. Interpreters meticulously studied the prints under powerful magnifiers, scrutinizing every detail for fresh tracks, subtly disturbed soil, or the cunning placement of a new gun position hidden beneath netting. Based on their findings, maps were updated, critical targets precisely chosen, and artillery plans became dramatically sharper and more effective. The photographic camera fundamentally transformed command decisions, replacing speculative rumor with irrefutable visual proof. This innovation also drastically intensified the contest for air control, as the ability to see first often translated directly into the ability to strike first. The war, consequently, was no longer fought solely across ravaged fields. It was increasingly waged through the careful analysis of images, the interplay of shadows, and the critical angles of sunlight falling upon a trench parapet. With a relentless evolution of observation from balloons and airplanes, visibility itself became a perilous danger, and camouflage rapidly evolved into a sophisticated science as armies learned to conceal virtually everything. Military engineers and artists began systematically disguising guns, dugouts, and entire road networks, experimenting extensively with ingenious nets, specialized paints, and even elaborate fake structures. A hidden artillery battery, for instance, might be meticulously concealed beneath fabric, intricately patterned like autumn leaves, while nearby, a convincing decoy gun was deliberately positioned to draw and waste enemy fire. Artists and designers, with their inherent understanding of color, shadow, and the psychological mechanics of visual deception, were actively recruited into this new war effort. Even uniforms and helmets underwent a significant transformation, adopting muted tones that allowed them to blend more seamlessly with the colors of soil and sky. Camouflage, therefore, was not merely about hiding. It was fundamentally about strategic deception, making an enemy fruitlessly waste precious shells on empty ground, or critically misinterpreting the intended direction of an assault. This pushed warfare into a complex battle of perception, where the most crucial victory could often be achieved simply by remaining unnoticed. It profoundly altered how soldiers perceived their own surroundings. A quiet, unassuming hill might, in reality, be a cleverly disguised trap, and a seemingly harmless shed nothing more than a carefully painted illusion. In World War I, the very act of seeing could be a potent weapon, and so, paradoxically, could the calculated act of not being seen. Medical triage, a system previously understood but rarely implemented on such a devastating scale, rapidly evolved under the relentless deluge of mass casualties. When waves of wounded soldiers arrived, overwhelming medical facilities, hospitals found it impossible to treat everyone simultaneously. Triage thus became a harsh, yet absolutely necessary system. The systematic sorting of the wounded based on their immediate urgency and their estimated chance of survival. This grim process forced doctors and nurses to make agonizing, split-second decisions, often in crowded, rudimentary stations perilously close to the front lines where the continuous rumble of shelling could still be clearly heard. Stretcher-bearers bravely carried men from the devastation of shell holes to basic aid posts, initiating them into a chain of care that might include field, dressing stations, intermediate casualty clearing stations, and eventually larger, more equipped hospitals further behind the lines. In this environment, Meticulous organization proved as critical as individual medical skill, because even slight delays could mean the difference between life and death, leading to rampant infection, irreversible shock, or fatal blood loss. The sheer pressure of the war compelled medicine to become exponentially faster and more highly coordinated, spawning crucial innovations in record-keeping, patient transport, and standardized surgical routines. However, this system also left an enduring moral weight. For triage is, by its very nature, never emotionally neutral. Behind every classification, label, and priority tag lay a unique human story. And the system existed only because the war generated more suffering than any single pair of human hands could ever hope to manage. Amidst these challenges, blood transfusions became significantly more practical and accessible nearer to the front lines. Severe bleeding was one of the most rapid and relentless killers on the battlefield, and doctors desperately needed a reliable method to replace the vital fluids a body had lost. During the war, transfusion techniques saw remarkable improvements, notably the widespread application of the discovery of blood groups, which ensured safer compatibility between donors and recipients. Furthermore, the use of anticoagulants helped prevent blood from clotting during collection and transport, meaning it could be stored for longer periods and utilized at greater distances from the donor. This critical development began to fundamentally alter how surgeons conceptualized shock and survival, as patients who previously would have inevitably faded away could now be stabilized long enough to receive life-saving treatment. The revolutionary idea of an organized, centralized blood supply began to take concrete shape, and medical teams quickly learned the immense value of meticulous preparation, rather than relying solely on improvisation. While this still represented early medicine, and inherent risks undeniably remained, the clear direction of progress was unmistakable. The brutal exigencies of the battlefield compelled doctors to rapidly solve a fundamental problem, and that desperate urgency helped propel blood transfusion from an uncertain, experimental procedure toward a repeatable, life-saving medical practice. It stands as one of the war's most impactful, yet quiet, legacies, often overshadowed by the louder, more dramatic stories of guns and trenches. Facial reconstruction surgery, a previously nascent field, underwent extraordinary advancements due to the unprecedented number of shattered jaws and grotesque facial disfigurements. Modern weaponry produced devastating injuries that earlier wars had rarely, if ever, seen in such horrifying numbers. Shrapnel and bullets brutally struck faces, leaving survivors with mangled jaws, missing noses, and grievous wounds that rendered eating and speaking agonizingly painful, if not impossible. Surgeons, confronted with these horrific cases, began pioneering entirely new techniques to rebuild bone and soft tissue, often through multiple, intricate operations that demanded immense patience from both doctor and patient. This pioneering work involved a multidisciplinary approach, drawing in dental specialists, skilled artists, and innovative prosthetic makers, who collaborated to create intricate plates, custom masks, and specialized devices aimed at restoring both essential function and a semblance of normal appearance. These tireless efforts were not a matter of vanity. They were fundamentally about restoring basic human dignity, enabling men to breathe, swallow, and eventually return to society without enduring constant, dehumanizing stigma. Hospitals, entirely dedicated to these complex cases, rapidly became centers of groundbreaking innovation, and their work profoundly helped shape the future of modern plastic and reconstructive surgery. These deeply human stories poignantly reveal the immense physical and psychological toll that survival itself can demand, long after the battle's roar has faded. In World War I, medicine transcended mere life-saving. It courageously strived to give lives back, to reconstruct futures. Snipers introduced an insidious layer of terror, transforming even the simplest movement into a life-or-death gamble. The mere suspected presence of a sniper could dramatically alter the mood of an entire trench, injecting a pervasive sense of dread. A helmet briefly lifted above the parapet, a hand reaching for a sandbag, or even a fleeting glance through a narrow gap in the trench boards could instantly invite a deadly shot. Some snipers operated in a chilling solitude. Others worked in highly coordinated pairs, and many were meticulously trained to wait with extraordinary, almost superhuman patience. They obsessively studied enemy routines, learned the predictable spots where a cook might typically appear, and observed the same officer consistently walking the same route. Their objective wasn't always a kill shot. Sometimes it was a more insidious goal: to control enemy behavior, to effectively pin men down and disrupt crucial repairs, to instill such profound fear that the enemy came to dread daylight itself. Counter-snipers responded to this menace with their own meticulous hunts, employing ingenious tactics like decoys, mirrors, and camouflage screens designed to reveal a hidden enemy position. The resulting atmosphere was one of palpable, strange tension, because the danger felt intensely personal. Artillery barrages were an impersonal, thunderous fury. A sniper, however, felt like a cold, focused stare. Their presence made the entire front line feel constantly watched, transforming moments of silence into chilling warnings. Trench foot crippled countless men, a debilitating condition born from boots that perpetually remained wet. It typically began subtly, with toes growing numb and a cold, persistent ache that offered no relief. In the notoriously waterlogged trenches, soldiers' feet remained immersed for hours, then days on end, causing the skin to soften pathologically until it broke down. Swelling inevitably followed, leading to pain that could escalate to unbearable levels. If the condition progressed unchecked, severe infection would set in, often leading to gangrene and tissue death. Commanders soon learned that prevention was just as critically important as medical treatment. Units were rigorously ordered to change socks regularly, meticulously dry their feet, and rub them with protective oils, while inspections became a routine, non-negotiable part of daily life, even in the most miserable weather conditions. Duckboards and improved drainage systems were installed, and they certainly helped. Yet they were never perfect or widespread enough. It was a grim irony that a soldier might survive the most intense shell fire, only to be pulled from the front line because he could no longer walk, his feet destroyed by the conditions. It served as a brutal, visceral reminder that the environment itself was an equally potent weapon. The war was undoubtedly waged with steel and sophisticated strategy, yet its outcome could, at times, be swayed by something as seemingly basic as human circulation, skin integrity, and the body's fundamental need to remain warm and dry. Shell shock, a terrifying new affliction, forced entirely new conversations about trauma and the human mind. As the Great War relentlessly dragged on, doctors encountered men who bore no visible physical wounds, yet were utterly incapable of functioning. Some trembled uncontrollably, others were rendered completely speechless, and still others appeared trapped in a vacant, unbroken stare. Initially, many of these afflicted soldiers were harshly accused of cowardice or weakness, precisely because their injuries were not outwardly apparent or bleeding. However, as the war progressed, a discernible and horrifying pattern emerged, becoming impossible to ignore. Medical officers commenced intense debates over the underlying causes, exploring theories ranging from blast pressure and sheer physical exhaustion to profound psychological terror damaging the nervous system. Treatment protocols varied wildly. Some patients received compassionate rest and dedicated care, while others faced brutal, harsh discipline explicitly intended to force them back to duty. This profound uncertainty surrounding shell shock permeated far beyond the medical field, spilling into legal courts, influencing pension policies, and deeply affecting public opinion. As the state grappled with defining what legitimately constituted a war injury, families, too, struggled immensely, often receiving a soldier who, despite appearing physically intact, felt emotionally distant and utterly unreachable. The phrase "shell shock" itself ultimately shaped history, precisely because it offered a name to a previously nameless affliction. Once something possesses a name, it becomes significantly harder to deny its existence. The sheer, unprecedented scale of the war demanded that factories operate with the relentless intensity of battlefields. To adequately supply and feed the insatiable front lines, nations required an unending torrent of shells, rifles, uniforms, trucks, and countless spare parts. And they needed to them at a pace far exceeding anything peacetime industry had ever demonstrated or even conceived. Governments fundamentally reorganized national production, established strict quotas, and channeled vast sums of money into constructing new plants, effectively transforming manufacturing into a critical homefront campaign. Factory floors roared to life, running day and night, with shifts rigorously timed like the rotations on the front lines. Accidents, chronic fatigue, and dangerous chemical exposure became constant risks that these industrial workers quietly endured, receiving no medals for their sacrifices. Suddenly, skilled labor became strategically vital, leading to jobs being protected, reassigned, or even fiercely debated in Parliament. Simultaneously, women entered many of these roles in enormous numbers, and their increased wages and unprecedented visibility in the workforce began to profoundly alter existing social expectations, long before their right to vote was secured. This colossal industrial effort indelibly linked civilians directly to the war's ultimate outcome. as everyone keenly understood that shortages on the home front could translate directly into catastrophic failure abroad. It is all too easy to focus solely on the harrowing experiences within the trenches. Yet, the war was equally fought in the roaring workshops, amidst the sparks and steam, and under the relentless pressure of production deadlines that felt as urgent and threatening as incoming artillery fire. Women's entry into munitions work, in particular, dramatically changed societal expectations of home and women's traditional roles. Shells and cartridges, after all, did not magically materialize. And as men departed for the front lines, factories throughout the nation turned to women in unprecedented numbers. These women rapidly learned to operate heavy presses, master precise gauges, and handle dangerous chemicals, often enduring exhausting shifts that stretched deep into the night. Their work instilled a sense of immense pride, yet it also carried significant, ever-present risks. Accidents were common, and prolonged exposure to certain chemicals could tragically stain their skin and hair a distinctive yellow hue, earning some of these brave workers the poignant nickname of Canary Girls, a label that followed them through the streets. Critically, these factory wages were often substantially higher than any previous jobs available to women, and this newfound economic independence began to shift household power dynamics in ways that could not be quietly undone. Many women, emboldened by their new roles, also joined labor unions, vociferously arguing for safer working conditions and better pay. They definitively proved their competence, mastering complex technical tasks that society had previously deemed entirely unsuitable for women. When the war eventually concluded, while some were indeed pushed back into more traditional roles, the indelible memory of their capabilities and contributions lingered. A transformative door to new possibilities had been irrevocably opened, and it would never fully close again. Propaganda posters, brilliantly designed and strategically placed, effectively reshaped patriotism into a pervasive daily performance. Public spaces from city walls and shop windows to bustling train stations were transformed into compelling galleries of persuasion. These ubiquitous posters issued urgent calls to citizens to enlist in the military, to conserve precious food supplies, to invest in war bonds, and ultimately, to embrace the conflict as a deeply personal duty. Artists employed striking, bold colors, direct visual narratives, and simple, memorable slogans, all crafted to convey their message powerfully in a single, fleeting glance. While some posters promised honor, adventure, and a noble cause, others unashamedly leveraged emotions like shame, fear, or anger to sway the undecided. Enemies were often depicted as monstrous, dehumanized figures, while national symbols were imbued with life, appearing as speaking characters that resonated directly with the populace. The overwhelming power of these images lay in their relentless repetition. It became virtually impossible to step into a public street without being starkly reminded that one's choices and loyalties were under constant scrutiny. Beyond the visual realm, propaganda seamlessly infiltrated newspapers, political speeches, school lessons, and even popular entertainment, orchestrating public life until every aspect felt meticulously choreographed toward a single, unified national goal. This represented a truly novel form of mass messaging, expertly engineered for the burgeoning modern crowds of the era. It profoundly taught governments that future wars could be waged not solely with steel and guns, but also powerfully with ink, emotion, and carefully crafted narratives to sustain both their vast armies and the civilian population. Governments implemented widespread food rationing. War, they quickly discovered, did not merely consume soldiers, it devoured essential commodities like wheat, sugar, meat, and fuel at an astonishing and unsustainable speed. As international shipping lanes became perilously dangerous and agricultural harvests were severely disrupted, governments were compelled to take stringent control of supplies, enacting rules that meticulously reached into every single kitchen. Ration books dictated prices and imposed strict limits on staples, fundamentally altering daily habits. Families were forced to become miniature logistics offices, planning meals with meticulous precision. Citizens responded by planting victory gardens, diligently saving every scrap of food, and patiently queuing for items that had once been considered commonplace. In some regions, ersatz substitutes emerged, prioritizing sheer necessity over any semblance of comfort, and the specter of hunger transformed into a constant, gnawing background worry. Rationing also forged an unprecedented new relationship between the citizen and the state, as government officials now possessed the authority to dictate precisely what individuals were permitted to purchase. This rationing system could often feel both equitably fair and utterly infuriating, frequently at the very same time. Yet, beneath the daily frustrations, it starkly revealed an uncomfortable truth about modern conflict. It transforms an entire society into a singular, integrated engine of war, where even a simple loaf of bread becomes a critical component of national strategy. War bonds effectively transformed ordinary citizens' savings into vital national weapons. While a government could rapidly raise a formidable army, funding such an immense undertaking presented an entirely separate and equally challenging battle. War bonds offered a solution that felt surprisingly intimate. Instead of relying solely on taxation, citizens were implored to lend their money directly to the state, with the promise of future repayment. Schools actively organized enthusiastic bond drives. Employers arranged special subscription days, and compelling posters framed the act of purchasing a bond as a direct, personal strike against the enemy. For countless families, this marked their first genuine connection to national finance, as a few modest coins could suddenly be conceptualized as contributing to artillery shells, warships, or essential medical supplies. Bonds also exerted considerable social pressure. Neighbors meticulously noted who purchased them, and those who abstained could face judgment as selfish or disloyal. While some individuals genuinely believed they were investing in victory and a brighter future, others participated primarily out of a fear of standing out or being perceived negatively. Regardless of individual motivations, these bond campaigns vividly demonstrated the extent to which war could penetrate private life, transforming a personal budget decision into a powerful public statement of allegiance. Censorship became an omnipresent force, meticulously controlling news reports, personal letters, and even the official casualty figures. In the context of total war, information itself transformed into a vital resource, and national leaders treated it with the same strategic importance as ammunition. Governments rigorously restricted what reporters were permitted to publish, severely limited photographic evidence, and carefully shaped headlines to maintain public morale and prevent dissent. Letters from soldiers on the front lines were routinely intercepted and read by censors, with entire lines often blacked out if they dared to mention troop movements, specific losses, or any hint of despair. Consequently, families at home frequently received upbeat notes that deliberately obscured the grim reality, and heartbreakingly, sometimes learned of a loved one's death through impersonal official telegrams long after hushed rumors had already begun to circulate. This pervasive censorship also inadvertently pushed people towards guesswork, rampant gossip, and the use of coded language, as the very absence of detail could often generate its own insidious form of panic. For journalists, the war irrevocably forged a new and complex relationship with power, where their access to information and stories depended entirely on their cooperation with official narratives. For ordinary citizens, it profoundly blurred the line between governmental protection and calculated manipulation. The ultimate result was a war remembered in fragmented pieces, precisely because so much of what was seen and said at the time was deliberately filtered and controlled. Silence, too, became an integral, unsettling part of the story. Conscientious objectors, defying the prevailing patriotic fervor, faced the grim prospect of imprisonment for their refusal to fight. It became clear that not everyone who said no was a coward, and the war compelled societies to grapple with this nuanced distinction. These objectors conscientiously refused military service based on profound moral, political, or religious convictions, even when such a refusal threatened to utterly ruin their lives. While some reluctantly accepted alternative work ranging from farming and medical support to various labor roles, others categorically rejected any form of involvement and consequently faced far harsher punishment. Courts and tribunals subjected their beliefs to intense scrutiny, sometimes with undisguised contempt, and communities often ostracized them, treating them as outright traitors. Families found themselves painfully split. Friendships collapsed under the weight of public opinion, and the public shaming could be relentless. In prison, objectors endured brutal conditions, with some repeatedly punished for their continued resistance. Their unwavering stance forced an uncomfortable question to the forefront during wartime. Does a state truly own a person's body when national survival itself hangs precariously in the balance? These profound debates surrounding conscientious objection did not simply vanish with the signing of the Armistice. Instead, they deeply influenced future legal frameworks, fueled arguments for expanded civil liberties, and reshaped how nations would ultimately define the concept of duty. In a war characterized by unprecedented mass mobilization, the act of refusal itself became its own distinct kind of battlefield. Colonial soldiers found themselves fighting on European soil, often thousands of miles from their homes and familiar way of life. European imperial powers, facing an insatiable demand for manpower, did not fight with European troops alone. Instead, vast numbers of troops from their colonies and protectorates were recruited, conscripted, or otherwise persuaded to serve. subsequently shipped across vast oceans to a continent many had never before seen. Upon arrival, some were confronted with unfamiliar, bitter cold, strange foods, and languages they could not comprehend, only to be thrust into trench warfare that felt alien, like another planet entirely. Their very presence profoundly challenged ingrained assumptions on both sides of the conflict. In European towns, civilians encountered a visible manifestation of the Empire's vast reach through the diverse uniforms and faces of these soldiers. On the battlefield, colonial units were lauded for their exceptional bravery, yet often unfairly stereotyped, and frequently assigned to the most perilous roles. They, too, carried their own deep-seated hopes, as military service was often implicitly or explicitly tied to promises of increased respect, societal reform, or even significant political change. After the war, many returned to societies irrevocably altered by their prolonged absence and by the new perspectives and experiences they had gained abroad. Their collective stories unequivocally demonstrate that the Western Front was never merely a European stage. It was fundamentally an imperial one. Indian troops served valiantly on the Western Front, enduring particularly harsh winters. Men from British India were, notably, among the very first non-European soldiers to engage in combat in France and Belgium, arriving at a time when the war still felt characterized by rapid movement and profound uncertainty. The European climate proved to be a severe shock. Biting cold rains, freezing nights, and the alien environment of the trenches rigorously tested bodies that had been trained in vastly different conditions. Despite these immense challenges, these units fought in major engagements and steadfastly held defensive lines under heavy pressure, often while simultaneously mastering new weapons and tactics at an accelerated pace. Their letters home, when they managed to pass through the vigilant censors, vividly described a sense of awe at the grand European cities and the peculiar, intense closeness of trench life. Religious practice and dietary requirements were constant concerns, forcing armies to adapt supply chains to prevent morale from plummeting. This profound experience also traveled back through families and villages, fundamentally shaping how people in India understood the empire that governed them. While service could indeed bring a sense of pride, it could equally ignite deep-seated anger, especially when immense sacrifices were met with limited or belated recognition. Their crucial presence on the Western Front stands as a powerful reminder that the true heartbeats of the war resonated from far beyond the geographical confines of Europe. In East Africa, the war presented a starkly different and uniquely brutal face compared to the Western Front. Here, African carriers undertook the arduous task of moving vital supplies across unforgiving terrain. With roads being scarce and railways severely limited, armies became utterly dependent on human transport to move food, ammunition, and essential medical equipment. Vast numbers of African carriers were recruited, frequently under coercion, and were compelled to march immense distances with heavy loads through relentless heat, torrential rain, and rampant disease. Malaria, dysentery, and sheer exhaustion claimed the lives of countless individuals, with swift burials often occurring unceremoniously by the trailside. The sheer scale of this coerced labor was so immense that it fundamentally reshaped local economies. As able-bodied men were forcibly removed from farms and villages for months on end. These carriers were absolutely essential to every strategic campaign decision, for without them, an army simply could not advance, let alone survive. Yet, tragically, their names were almost universally absent from the official glory stories. The East African campaign thus exposes a harsh truth about the intersection of empire and war. The true front line is not merely where bullets fly, but also where human bodies carry the grueling, often invisible, weight of military strategy. Step by painstaking step, tens of thousands of Chinese laborers toiled behind the front lines, constructing vital roads and railways. As the war dragged on, the demand for manpower became desperately acute, leading to the recruitment of these workers to bolster the Allied effort. Though they were not combat troops, their immense work was undeniably vital. They tirelessly unloaded ships, meticulously repaired rail lines, dug extensive trenches and drainage systems, built essential supply depots, and cleared hazardous wreckage, all to ensure that critical supplies could continue to move unhindered. Many lived in tightly controlled camps under strict rules, compounded by severe language barriers that made daily life exceedingly difficult and increased the likelihood of accidents. Furthermore, they frequently worked in perilous zones where unexploded shells and sudden air raids could transform an ordinary shift into a devastating disaster. Some even participated in the grim and emotionally taxing task of recovering bodies and restoring shattered landscapes after the fighting finally ceased. Their significant contribution, regrettably, has often been overlooked in popular memory. Yet, the entire machinery of war profoundly depended upon it. These workers represented a segment of a vast global movement of people, drawn into Europe by a complex interplay of necessity, contract, and geopolitical forces. Their presence serves as a stark reminder that modern warfare is built as much on sustained labor as it is on individual courage. The Ottoman Empire found itself engaged in a sprawling conflict, simultaneously fighting on multiple, distant fronts. From the rugged Caucasus Mountains to the arid Sinai Peninsula, and from the ancient lands of Mesopotamia to the strategic Dardanelles, Ottoman commanders grappled with a war that pulled their forces in virtually every conceivable direction. The empire was tasked with defending extensive coastlines, vast land borders, and incredibly long supply routes that were inherently fragile even during peacetime. Its railway network was limited. Roads could quickly disappear into swirling dust or impassable mud, and rampant disease often decimated units faster than enemy bullets. The fighting also carried immense political stakes, as control over vital straits, historically significant cities, and sacred holy places held deep importance for both allies and adversaries. Behind the lines, additional pressures mounted from local revolts, foreign promises of support, and the rival ambitions of various factions. Each individual front relentlessly demanded men, food, and shells. However, resources were never sufficient to satisfy all these urgent needs. This forced decision-making into a constant, agonizing triage of priorities, where every choice meant a sacrifice elsewhere. The ultimate result was a conflict that felt less like a single, unified campaign, and more like several distinct wars raging concurrently. The Gallipoli campaign a brutal and protracted struggle, ultimately became a legend, a testament to both extraordinary courage and devastatingly costly mistakes. This ambitious endeavor was a combined sea and land attempt to break the strategic stalemate and force a passage through the Dardanelles Strait, aiming directly for Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, the Ottoman capital. What appeared audacious and strategically sound on maps quickly devolved into a brutally difficult reality on the contested beaches and unforgiving ridgelines. Allied landings met with ferocious resistance, and the rugged, elevated terrain overwhelmingly favored the Ottoman defenders who commanded the high ground. Relentless heat, pervasive flies, and chronic water shortages relentlessly wore down the soldiers, while the constricted positions made every single advance incredibly expensive in terms of lives and resources. In this particular campaign, the challenges of logistics and the harsh geography proved as lethal as any enemy rifle. The story achieved legendary status not just because of its scale, but because so many participants genuinely believed they were part of something utterly decisive, even when progress was agonizingly measured in mere yards. It also became a foundational cornerstone of national memory, particularly for Australia and New Zealand, whose Anzac forces fought with unmatched determination under truly extreme conditions. Gallipoli eventually concluded in a strategic withdrawal. Yet, despite the military failure, it left an indelible imprint on national identity, sparked enduring debates about military leadership, and profoundly shaped how people understood the concept of sacrifice. The Middle East campaign proved instrumental in the post-war redrawing of borders across the region. Here, battles were intricately tied to the control of railways, vital ports, and crucial rivers, as well as to clandestine political promises whispered and agreed upon in secret rooms. Armies battled their way through scorching deserts, fertile oases, and ancient cities steeped in history. And crucially, military victories were often immediately followed by exceedingly complicated questions concerning who should rightfully govern the newly acquired territories. The region was far from an empty stage. It comprised diverse communities with distinct histories, deep-seated loyalties, and entrenched rivalries, a complexity that wartime planning did not always adequately respect. As Ottoman control gradually weakened, new geopolitical arrangements began to materialize under pervasive Allied influence, including the controversial mandate systems that placed vast territories under external administration. New lines were drawn on paper that appeared neat and logical, yet they ruthlessly cut across established linguistic groups, tribal boundaries, and ancient trade routes that had flourished for generations. The fighting also invigorated local movements clamoring for independence, hopes that frequently clashed with foreign geopolitical objectives. When the war finally ended, the map of the Middle East was irrevocably changed, and the intense arguments over its future had only just begun. Lawrence of Arabia, a figure shrouded in both historical fact and deliberate myth-making, achieved widespread fame during and after the war. T.E. Lawrence, a British officer, collaborated closely with Arab forces during their pivotal revolt against Ottoman rule, and his story quickly grew to far eclipse his actual military rank. He traversed incredibly harsh desert conditions, skillfully negotiated among diverse Arab leaders, and actively participated in daring raids that strategically targeted Ottoman rail lines and garrisons, all aimed at weakening their control. While his influence was undoubtedly real, it was also significantly amplified by political maneuvering and fervent publicity. As wartime narratives often crave easily digestible heroes. After the war, his evocative writings profoundly shaped how the public at large imagined the Desert Campaign, masterfully blending meticulous observation with a dramatic, almost fated, sense of destiny. This potent blend created a legend that, regrettably, sometimes overshadowed the countless local Arab fighters and leaders who were the true backbone of the revolt. His enduring fame also spotlights a core tension of the period. Promises of self-rule were frequently made to Arab populations, yet later settlements did not always honor them. Lawrence's name endures, partly because it precisely sits at the crossroads of decisive action, compelling storytelling, and deeply contested historical outcomes. Amidst the chaos and collapse of the Ottoman Empire during the war, the Armenian genocide unfolded a horrific chapter of mass deportations and systematic killings. The scale of human suffering was truly catastrophic. Entire families were forcibly removed from their ancestral homes. Established communities were shattered beyond recognition, and untold numbers perished from violence, starvation, and brutal exposure during forced marches and periods of confinement. The immense turmoil of the war not only helped to conceal the true nature of this crime, but also provided a deceptive cloak of justification, allowing an entire people to be framed as an existential threat. Survivors were scattered across various regions, and later across the globe, carrying with them traumatic memories that would profoundly shape their identity and fuel activism for generations to come. These events remain central to ongoing historical debate and complex international relations. Yet, the painful human reality is searingly clear in the harrowing accounts of survivors and in the permanent disappearance of once long-established communities. This stands as one of the war's darkest chapters, starkly demonstrating how conflict can be cynically exploited to accelerate persecution on an enormous and systematic scale. Any comprehensive understanding of this era is profoundly incomplete without directly confronting this indelible tragedy. Italy, after initially aligning with Germany and Austria-Hungary before the war, made a dramatic geopolitical shift by choosing neutrality at the outset, only to enter the conflict on the Allied side in 1915. This pivotal decision instantly opened a formidable new front, carving its way through incredibly difficult terrain, particularly along the Isonzo River and the imposing Alpine borders. Warfare in this region proved to be a different kind of nightmare altogether, defined by treacherous, steep slopes, constricted valleys, and defensive positions literally carved into solid rock. Advances were excruciatingly slow, often measured in mere meters, and vital supply lines were forced to ascend where roads were either perilously thin or entirely non-existent. This significant change in allegiance profoundly reshaped Central Power strategy, as Austria-Hungary now faced the burden of defending yet another major boundary, while its resources were already severely strained on other fronts. Political aspirations also played a key role, with Italian leaders anticipating substantial territorial gains in exchange for joining the Allies. The protracted campaign produced alternating moments of limited breakthrough and disheartening collapse, adding a fresh, deep layer of exhaustion to a continent already bleeding profusely. Italy's choice did not merely add another army to the fray. It effectively created an entirely new war within the broader war. Mountain warfare in the towering Alps meant an unrelenting battle against ice, sheer cliffs, and deadly avalanches. On this alpine front, nature itself was an adversary that never negotiated. Soldiers were forced to carve trenches directly into snow and ice, endured falls into hidden glaciers, and arduously hauled heavy guns up treacherous paths that would challenge even the most experienced climbers. Frostbite, debilitating altitude sickness, and sudden, ferocious blizzards could incapacitate entire units without a single shot ever being fired. Avalanches were particularly dreaded, as one sudden rumble could bury an entire position, along with its invaluable supplies and communications in an instant. Both sides ingeniously employed ropes, ladders, and elaborate cableways to transport men and ammunition, transforming the majestic peaks into strange, formidable fortresses of timber and stone. Combat sometimes occurred across gaping ravines, with enemies separated by mere hundreds of yards of thin mountain air. Nights brought extreme, bone-chilling cold, while days could deliver blinding sun glare, reflecting off the pristine ice. The battlefield was simultaneously breathtakingly beautiful and utterly merciless. This front vividly demonstrates how the Great War invaded every conceivable environment it touched, not only the familiar fields and bustling cities, but also the highest, most remote places where mere survival became a constant, daunting daily mission. Romania entered the war relatively late, in 1916, with ambitious hopes of territorial expansion, and its initial entry appeared to present a fresh opportunity for the Allies. However, the strategic reality proved brutally harsh. Romania found itself facing coordinated pressure from multiple, powerful directions, and its forces struggled immensely with severe equipment shortages, challenging terrain, and the overwhelming complexities of modern warfare, all arriving at once. The ensuing campaign moved with alarming rapidity, leading to the swift fall of key regions, including the capital city. This forced the government and army into a desperate, chaotic retreat. For the civilian population, occupation brought severe hardship and profound uncertainty, while for the soldiers, the sheer speed of defeat was deeply disorienting. Romania did, remarkably, continue fighting from a significantly reduced position, and its later, albeit diminished, role would still hold some importance. But its early, catastrophic collapse served as a stark warning about how unforgiving this new kind of total war could be to nations that entered without deep, comprehensive preparation. It also powerfully demonstrated how grand alliances could promise unwavering support. Yet geographical realities and precise timing could still decide military outcomes far more swiftly and definitively than any diplomatic accord. Serbia suffered immensely throughout the war, yet it resisted the onslaught for far longer than anyone anticipated. As one of Austria-Hungary's very first targets, the pressure on Serbia was immediate, relentless, and overwhelming. Early invasions, however, were met with fierce, tenacious defense, and Serbian forces, despite their limited resources and staggering strain, managed to repel initial attacks. The country also grappled with another insidious enemy that rarely appears in battle paintings: epidemic disease, which swept uncontrollably through crowded conditions, profoundly weakening both society and the already burdened army. Eventually, renewed offensives, coupled with the entry of additional enemy forces, rendered the situation utterly impossible to hold. The Serbian army and many civilians were forced to endure a brutal, harrowing retreat through severe winter conditions, a perilous journey marked by agonizing hunger, extreme exposure, and constant danger. Yet, in a profound sense, survival itself became a powerful form of resistance. Because the army was not completely erased, it regrouped. It heroically continued the struggle from abroad, becoming an enduring symbol that even small nations could withstand and endure devastating blows from far larger powers. Serbia's experience, situated near the very beginning of the war, resonates deeply, echoing throughout the entire narrative of what this cataclysmic conflict truly demanded. Greece found itself severely split politically as its leaders fiercely argued over the critical decision of joining the fight. The nation became a battleground of intense politics even before it transformed into a battleground of armies. King Constantine staunchly favored neutrality, influenced by his personal ties and perspective on the war, while Prime Minister Eleftherios Venizelos ardently pushed for Greece to align with the Allied side. This disagreement was far from a quiet dispute. It catastrophically divided the government, fractured the military, and polarized the public, creating a profound national rift, famously known as the National Schism. Foreign powers applied considerable pressure. Understanding that Greece's strategic ports and geographical position were crucial for control of the wider Balkans and the Eastern Mediterranean. As a result, rival administrations emerged. Loyalty became deeply suspect, and decisions that should have been purely strategic devolved into intensely personal struggles. This profound crisis vividly illustrates how modern war can insidiously invade domestic life, effectively turning cabinet meetings into ideological front lines. Eventually, Greece did indeed enter the war on the Allied side. Yet, the deep internal wounds inflicted by the schism did not heal quickly. This entire episode serves as a powerful reminder that joining a war is not solely about confronting enemies abroad. Sometimes, the fiercest and most enduring conflict is fought over what a nation truly believes it is, and what values it stands for. Naval blockades emerged as a potent, cruel weapon, effectively starving economies and turning hunger into a strategic tool. Britain's formidable navy realized it didn't need to physically capture a city to cripple it. It merely needed to command the vital sea lanes that transported essential grain, fertilizers, and raw materials. Over time, the blockade tightened relentlessly, much like a slowly clenching fist. Imports drastically shrank, prices soared, and diets narrowed from a matter of choice to one of dire necessity. In Germany and across parts of Central Europe, shortages escalated from mere luxuries to fundamental basics, forcing families to ingeniously stretch meager meals with often unpalatable substitutes that few would have ever desired. Coal, essential for heating and industry, also became increasingly scarce, and this mounting pressure fueled growing unrest on the home front. The blockade, moreover, raised profound moral questions, as its indiscriminate nature targeted an entire civilian society, not just the soldiers at the front. While officials vigorously argued that it would hasten the war's end, critics vehemently contended that it unjustly punished innocent children and the elderly. Regardless of the ethical debate, it starkly revealed how modern conflict could be waged and won through meticulous logistics and the weaponization of calories. A nation might still possess its guns and armies, yet inexorably lose its strength, one empty pantry at a time. Submarines introduced an entirely new and insidious form of invisible danger to the bustling merchant shipping lanes, fundamentally altering the long-established rules of engagement at sea. Unlike a conventional warship, whose approach could be seen, a U-boat German submarine could lie silently submerged beneath the waves, observe through a periscope, and then strike with devastating speed and without any warning whatsoever. Merchant sailors quickly developed a deep-seated fear of calm waters, as a smooth sea made the telltale track of a torpedo far easier to spot, but also made a ship much simpler for a submarine to target. Captains adopted evasive zigzagging maneuvers. Lookouts relentlessly scanned for the slightest ripple on the surface, and crews slept with their life vests perpetually close at hand. The danger extended far beyond the immediate explosion. It encompassed the sudden, chaotic race to abandon a sinking ship, the bone-chilling cold of the open water, and the agonizingly long wait for rescue that, all too often, never arrived. Submarines compelled navies to invent entirely new tactics, from complex patrol patterns to the development of depth charges, pushing merchant shipping into a kind of nervous, high-stakes choreography. Crucially, they also made civilians feel the direct impact of the war in an unprecedented way, because these cargo ships carried not just troops, but vital food and fuel. When those vessels sank, the distant battles of the ocean effectively arrived, unbidden, at the dinner table. The sinking of the RMS Lusitania by a German U-boat dramatically hardened American public opinion against Germany. In May of 1915, a German submarine torpedoed the British passenger liner off the Irish coast. The massive ship sank with shocking rapidity, and tragically, many lives were lost, including a significant number of American citizens. In the United States, this event landed like a profound shock, because it brutally blurred the previously clear line between legitimate military targets and innocent civilian travel. Newspapers across the nation sensationally printed names, poignant photographs, and heartbreaking stories of families torn apart. And a wave of anger surged alongside a palpable fear about the unprecedented destruction modern warfare could inflict upon ordinary people. Germany, in its defense, argued that the ship was carrying war supplies and was therefore a legitimate target, a claim that only served to fuel further debate rather than quell it. American leaders protested vehemently, meticulously weighed their nation's stance on neutrality, and keenly observed the palpable shift in public sentiment. While the sinking did not immediately draw the United States into the war, it quickly became a powerful symbol, referenced repeatedly in speeches and etched deeply into public memory. It significantly helped transform distant ocean warfare into a deeply personal moral question for countless Americans. Germany's desperate declaration of unrestricted submarine warfare ultimately served as a critical impetus, pushing the United States ever closer to entering the conflict. Germany faced a formidable strategic dilemma. It desperately sought to sever Britain's vital supply lines. Yet earlier, self-imposed restrictions on submarine attacks had limited their effectiveness and risked severe diplomatic backlash. In early 1917, Germany opted for a far more extreme and audacious path, authorizing its submarines to attack any shipping without warning in vast, designated zones. This was a calculated, high-stakes wager that Britain could be starved into submission before the United States could effectively mobilize and respond. Instead, this aggressive policy immediately enraged neutral nations and directly imperiled American commercial interests. Ships that had previously carried peaceful trade now felt like indiscriminate targets, and each subsequent sinking seemed to undeniably argue that neutrality offered absolutely no protection. American leaders also perceived a broader, more profound issue concerning established international rules, as the practices of warning and providing rescue at sea had long been universally accepted norms. When those fundamental norms collapsed, international trust collapsed precipitously with them. This submarine policy did not, however, stand in isolation. It coalesced with other accumulating shocks and pressures, and together, they decisively moved the United States inexorably closer to war. It represents one of those pivotal turning points where a seemingly tactical choice inadvertently ignited a massive strategic storm. The Zimmermann telegram unveiled a truly shocking and provocative alliance proposal to Mexico. In early 1917, British intelligence successfully intercepted a coded German message, recognizing its explosive significance, promptly shared it with the United States. The telegram brazenly proposed that should America enter the war, Mexico ought to join forces with Germany. In return, Mexico would receive German support in reclaiming its lost territories in the American Southwest, a region that included present-day Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. The very idea was breathtakingly daring, yet simultaneously wildly risky and strategically implausible. It presumptuously assumed Mexico could wage war against its far stronger northern neighbor, and it equally presumed Germany could provide meaningful support across a vast ocean teeming with enemy ships. Nevertheless, the message profoundly mattered precisely because it was real and verifiable, and its public revelation caused an immense wave of outrage across the United States. For many Americans, this wasn't just another distant European quarrel. It felt like a direct and alarming threat to their own national security, bringing the war perilously close to home. The telegram also offered a chilling glimpse into the hidden, clandestine side of modern warfare, where the intricate work within code rooms and the silent transmission of cables could profoundly influence the movements and strategies of entire armies. Although Mexico ultimately rejected the audacious proposal, the damage was already irrevocably done. The very existence of such a plot exposed a vulnerability and heightened anxieties. This incident, in essence, tightened the grip of suspicion across the nation, dramatically accelerated public debate about America's role, and made the distant European conflict feel suddenly, disturbingly close to American shores. The Battle of Jutland, the largest dreadnought engagement in naval history, stands as a paradoxical event, immense in scale and violence, yet ultimately changing very little in the grand strategic picture of the war. In late May of 1916, these two titans, the British Grand Fleet and the German High Seas Fleet, finally converged in the turbulent waters of the North Sea for their long-anticipated clash. It was precisely the kind of monumental encounter naval planners had envisioned for years, a furious exchange between massive battleships, unleashing heavy shells across vast distances of ocean. Yet, the reality of the fighting quickly devolved into a maelstrom of confusion and rapid, brutal action, obscured by thick smoke, hampered by poor visibility, and punctuated by sudden, desperate turns that could spell total destruction in mere minutes. Majestic ships exploded with terrifying force. Entire crews vanished without a trace, and the churning sea itself became tragically littered with wreckage and desperate survivors. In the immediate aftermath, both sides eagerly claimed victory, each able to point to the significant losses they had inflicted upon the enemy and to tactical maneuvers that had seemingly succeeded. Despite the immense sacrifice and titanic struggle, however, the fundamental strategic picture of the war at sea barely shifted. Germany's High Seas Fleet remained largely bottled up within its harbours, and Britain continued to maintain its overall, vital control of the crucial sea routes. In a profound sense, this lack of decisive outcome is precisely what makes Jutland so haunting a memory. It was an enormous, violent, and technically impressive demonstration of naval power. Yet, for all its might, it failed to deliver the clean, decisive victory that so many had anticipated. Instead, it starkly revealed that even the most massive and spectacular battle could be swallowed by a larger strategic reality, where the grinding forces of endurance and the relentless pressure of a blockade ultimately mattered more than any single glorious naval engagement. Faced with escalating U-boat threats, the convoy system emerged as a critical innovation, dramatically reducing shipping losses by grouping merchant vessels together and shielding them with naval escorts. Initially, countless merchant ships sailed alone, each one an isolated, easy target for a lurking submarine patiently waiting to strike. The convoy system fundamentally changed this perilous dynamic by transforming solitary, vulnerable voyages into organized, mutually protective groups. Merchant vessels would gather at designated points, then follow a meticulously planned route, constantly guarded by naval escorts, destroyers, sloops, and armed trawlers trained to spot telltale periscopes, actively chase suspicious contacts, and respond with devastating speed in the event of an attack. While the concept seems almost obvious in hindsight, implementing it was a monumental logistical challenge. It demanded unprecedented coordination across numerous ports, complex scheduling to manage diverse cargo priorities, and, crucially, far more dedicated escort ships than most navies initially believed they could possibly spare. Beyond protection, convoys also instilled a new level of discipline at sea, a necessity for collective survival. Ships had to meticulously maintain formation even in rough weather, adhere to precise speeds, and follow complex, often coded signals that could not be openly broadcast for fear of interception. For predatory submarine crews, a convoy presented a far more formidable challenge. Not only was it harder to approach undetected, but escaping after an attack became significantly more perilous, as the escorts were specifically trained and equipped to hunt. The system didn't magically eliminate the danger of submarine warfare, but it irrevocably shifted the balance of power in favor of the Allies. It stands as a powerful reminder that survival in modern warfare can hinge as much on meticulous organization and strategic thinking as it does on individual bravery, and on the unwavering teamwork displayed across countless miles of treacherous water. Sea mines transformed vast stretches of ocean into treacherous, hidden fields of sudden, indiscriminate death. A sea mine is a uniquely terrifying weapon, one you typically do not see, or even sense, until the very instant it tears open a ship's hull with devastating force. These deadly devices could be laid strategically by surface ships, clandestinely by submarines, or even dropped from aircraft. Once deployed, they compelled navies to regard seemingly ordinary expanses of water as cunningly set traps. Navigational routes had to be painstakingly swept and meticulously marked, creating slow, dangerous, and often monotonous work for specialized minesweepers' vessels that deliberately sailed into harm's way to clear the path for others. A ship could strike a mine far from the chaos of any active battle. The explosion so violent and instantaneous that rescue efforts became profoundly difficult, often impossible. Beyond their immediate destructive power, mines also significantly shaped naval strategy. They could be used to effectively protect vital harbors, blockade critical straits, and, perhaps most strategically, channel enemy fleets into predictable lanes where other weapons, submarines, destroyers, or coastal artillery lay in wait. The psychological effect of these invisible threats was intense and pervasive. Sailors could, to some extent, steel themselves against gunfire because they knew its source and could attempt to counter it. A mine, however, offered no warning, no chance for a heroic duel, and absolutely no opportunity to outmaneuver it at the last. Desperate second, it transformed the ocean itself into a terrifying, unseen map of potential threats, forcing extreme caution to become a constant, draining companion for all those who sailed. German Zeppelins, the colossal airships, brought a new dimension of terror to the home front, bombing cities and introducing the world to the frightening reality of aerial raids. When these vast German airships silently traversed the night sky, they carried not just bombs, but a chilling new kind of message. War was no longer a distant abstraction, confined solely to the battlefields of the front. Civilians, in their own homes and neighborhoods, could now suddenly become direct targets, being enormous, slow, and highly vulnerable in daylight. Zeppelins typically conducted their raids under the cover of night, a time when primitive searchlights and early fighter aircraft struggled mightily to locate and engage them. Bombs rained down indiscriminately on streets, vital factories, and residential homes. And even in cases where the physical damage might have been limited, the emotional and psychological impact on the populace was consistently enormous. People began to live with a new, pervasive anxiety, constantly listening for the telltale thrum of engines above their rooftops. Cities, in turn, rapidly implemented blackouts, developed air raid alarms, and organized public shelters. These raids also dramatically spurred technological advancement. As desperate defenders clamored for better anti-aircraft guns, more effective detection systems, and faster, more agile interceptor aircraft. The missions were, of course, incredibly dangerous for the Zeppelin crews as well, given that these hydrogen-filled airships could burn with terrifying intensity if struck by enemy fire. Yet, the more profound societal shift was already irrevocably underway. The very notion of a civilian city being attacked from the skies utterly reshaped the public imagination. It introduced a terrifying new fear that would only grow larger and more pervasive in subsequent global conflicts. And it formally began the long, harrowing story of the home front as an undeniable battlefield. The development of early anti-aircraft defenses was a desperate and often improvised process, learned primarily through trial and error under extreme pressure. At the outset of the war, most armies were woefully unprepared to effectively engage targets in the sky, far above the traditional battlefield. Artillery pieces were designed and built to fire across horizontal ground, not vertically into the sky, and the complex challenge of accurately aiming at a fast-moving aircraft was an entirely new and perplexing puzzle. Crews improvised ingeniously, adapting modified artillery pieces with elevated mounts and crude aiming sights, then rapidly refined their tactics as invaluable experience slowly accumulated. Powerful searchlights began to sweep the night skies. Spotters strained to listen for the distinctive drone of enemy engines, and communities rigorously practiced blackout drills to render potential targets harder to discern from above. Attacking pilots, in turn, responded with their own adaptations, flying at higher altitudes, adopting unpredictable zigzag routes, and timing their raids to coincide with favorable cloud cover. Each tactical adjustment from one side inexorably forced another response from the other, thus giving shape to an entirely new and deadly aerial contest between attackers and defenders. These early defenses were undoubtedly imperfect and often crude, yet they mattered immensely because they taught a fundamental lesson that would resonate throughout the entire century of warfare to come. That air power possessed the chilling capability to threaten targets far behind the front lines, and that effective protection against it would require sophisticated coordination between advancing technology, rigorous training, and disciplined public behavior. The very first air defense networks were thus built not in times of peace, but in desperate urgency, constructed even as enemy bombs were already falling. Manfred von Richthofen, the legendary Red Baron, became a global, enduring symbol of aerial combat, achieving fame not merely for the sheer number of victories he amassed in the sky. He became famous because his personal story so perfectly embodied the burgeoning new idea of a modern, chivalrous, yet lethal knight of the air. Fast, exceptionally skilled, and terrifyingly precise. He flew with an almost uncanny instinct for strategic positioning, often patiently waiting for the opportune moment when an enemy aircraft was inadvertently boxed in by blinding sun glare or forced to a dangerously low altitude. His distinctive, all-red aircraft made him instantly recognizable and easy to spot. Yet that very visibility became an indelible part of his legend, like a bold, defiant signature scrawled across the vast canvas of the sky. Newspapers sensationalized his victories, turning them into thrilling headlines. and both Allied and German high commands watched his growing tally as if it were a crucial scoreboard in a deadly game. He was also a respected leader, shaping a squadron culture that elevated discipline and meticulous teamwork into indispensable, life-saving tools. When he was finally killed in action in 1918, the widespread reaction underscored just how unprecedented this new form of celebrity had become. A solitary pilot had somehow ascended to the status of a global celebrity in a grinding war dominated by mud-filled trenches and faceless mass armies. Trench strafing, the act of attacking ground targets from the air, transformed low-level flights into what were often near-suicidal missions for pilots. When aircraft first began attacking ground targets, pilots were compelled to fly perilously low to achieve accurate aim, inevitably entering the lethal range of enemy rifles and machine guns. A seemingly thin trench line, innocuous from higher altitudes, could instantly erupt into a furious wall of concentrated fire the moment a plane dared to dip towards it. Pilots would hurtle in fast, skimming precariously over shattered trees and ruined buildings, desperately attempting to surprise troops moving along roads, vulnerable supply wagons, or exposed gun crews caught in the open. The primary goal was often disruption and demoralization as much as outright destruction, to sow chaos and confusion right before an infantry assault, or to critically slow down enemy reinforcements. The danger was constant and omnipresent. A single, stray bullet could puncture a fuel tank, sever a critical control cable, or tragically strike the pilot directly in their exposed, open cockpit. Some aircraft were eventually adapted specifically for this perilous work, featuring stronger frames and forward-firing machine guns to enhance their combat effectiveness. Yet, ultimately, sheer bravery and nerves of steel still carried most of the weight. These aggressive attacks irrevocably transformed the battlefield, making it truly three-dimensional. Death could now arrive not just from across the ground, but terrifyingly from directly above, mere feet overhead. The horrific deployment of chemical weapons escalated progressively throughout the war, moving from crude chlorine gas to the deadlier phosgene, and finally to the insidious, devastating mustard gas. The first large-scale gas attacks primarily relied on chlorine, which produced a visible, greenish cloud, instantly causing widespread panic as it brutally burned airways and lungs. Once both sides learned to recognize and somewhat mitigate its effect, however, they relentlessly sought out deadlier, more insidious options. Phosgene gas soon followed, proving far less obvious in its presence and often more lethal, precisely because its devastating symptoms could arrive hours later, lulling victims into a false sense of security that they had escaped harm. Then came mustard gas, adding a new, pervasive horror. Unlike its predecessors, it attacked not only the lungs, but also brutally damaged skin and eyes, and could inflict grievous injuries even through protective clothing. Each successive chemical innovation inexorably pushed armies into a relentless cycle of measure and countermeasure, driving the development of better gas masks, more reliable alarms, and cunning new tactics for surprise gas releases. Gas also fundamentally altered the very perception of time on the battlefield. A single gas shell burst could poison a trench or an entire sector for hours, effectively turning captured territory into something utterly uninhabitable. even after it had been physically seized. This grim escalation serves as a stark illustration of how quickly scientific ingenuity can be twisted towards unimaginable suffering, and how extraordinarily difficult it is to reimpose ethical limits once a critical moral threshold has been devastatingly crossed. Mustard gas was particularly insidious because it caused severe skin burns and could linger, contaminating the soil and vegetation for days, sometimes even weeks. Unlike other gases that dispersed relatively quickly, mustard gas could settle into shell holes, soak deeply into the earth, and cling tenaciously to equipment and clothing. It attacked the human body slowly and agonizingly, raising painful blisters that often grew worse over time, and severely inflaming the eyes until vision could completely fail. A soldier might not even register immediate pain or discomfort, only to find breathing becoming excruciatingly difficult and their skin beginning to burn hours later. This horrifying persistence made it an effective tactical weapon for area denial. A targeted area could be shelled with mustard gas and then left toxic, effectively blocking enemy movement, delaying vital repairs, and transforming even crucial rescue work into another deadly hazard. Medical teams faced an especially cruel challenge, as treatment required meticulous cleaning and strict personal protection, tasks that were profoundly difficult to execute in the crowded, chaotic, and unsanitary conditions of a field hospital. The gas also indiscriminately punished civilians whenever battlefields overlapped with their farms and villages, as contaminated ground tragically did not respect uniforms or military lines. It stands as one of the clearest, most brutal examples of how war can create a devastating aftermath that tragically continues long after the very last shot has been fired. The poison, in essence, could outlast the precise moment of its delivery. At Cambrai, in late 1917, tanks achieved a stunning breakthrough, utterly surprising both the defending German troops and their commanders. In late 1917, the Battle of Cambrai became a groundbreaking test case, demonstrating the immense potential of tanks when deployed in large numbers and with meticulous, coordinated planning. Crucially, instead of relying on a prolonged, warning bombardment that would alert the enemy, the attackers aimed for complete surprise, hoping to keep defenders pinned in their trenches until the tank tracks were already crushing their barbed wire defenses. Tanks rolled forward with infantry closely following, their massive treads crushing obstacles, flattening wire, and opening vital lanes across no-man's-land terrain that had been a deadly, impassable barrier for years. For a breathtaking moment, it seemed as if the entrenched front might finally be on the verge of a dramatic, decisive breakthrough. The breakthrough mattered immensely, not just for the ground temporarily gained, but for the profound lesson it proved, that a calculated combination of coordination, secrecy, and massed armored assault could indeed crack a defensive system built on deep, seemingly impregnable trenches. Yet, the battle also starkly revealed the inherent limits of this new weapon. Logistical challenges with supply, the inevitable fatigue of advancing troops, and fierce counterattacks could blunt even the most startling and successful advance. Cambrai became a major headline, electrifying the world because it offered a tantalizing glimpse into the future of warfare. The old, grinding stalemate didn't magically vanish that day. But the vital, long-lost idea of battlefield mobility was undeniably reborn. A battlefield that had been utterly frozen in stasis for years finally began to thaw. Despite the promise, early tanks were notoriously unreliable, often failing mechanically long before they could even reach the enemy lines. These first tanks were certainly not sleek, perfected machines. They were crude, experimental vehicles, often pushed to their absolute limits in the nightmarish terrain of the Western Front. Engines notoriously overheated, tracks frequently slipped in the mud, and gearboxes often shattered under the immense strain, sometimes within minutes of starting their lumbering advance. The ubiquitous, sucking mud could swallow a tank to its belly, rendering it immobile, and enormous shell craters could trap a vehicle at an awkward angle where its limited guns could not be aimed effectively. Inside, crews endured brutal, hellish conditions. Stifling heat, noxious fumes, deafening noise, and constant, bone-rattling vibration that numbed hands and literally rattled teeth. Effective communication was almost impossible, as voices were completely lost in the cacophonous roar of the engine, and visibility was severely limited to narrow, vulnerable slits. Even if a tank miraculously managed to reach the enemy lines, it might stall at the most inopportune moment, instantly transforming itself into a stationary, vulnerable target for artillery or close-range explosive charges. Yet, crucially, these myriad failures were far from pointless. Each breakdown offered invaluable lessons, teaching engineers precisely what components needed strengthening, what designs required radical overhaul, and how essential maintenance and repair capabilities had to accompany these pioneering machines into battle. The early story of the tank, therefore, is not merely one of sudden triumph, but rather a testament to relentless persistence through repeated malfunction and iterative design, until the revolutionary idea of armored mobility could finally, painstakingly, match the brutal reality of the battlefield. The catastrophic failures of massed infantry assaults led to the development of radical new infantry tactics, emphasizing small, agile squads and infiltration movements. The old, suicidal strategy of sending massed waves of men across open ground had consistently proved disastrous, leading to horrific casualties with little gain. Consequently, some armies began to extensively train smaller, highly specialized groups of soldiers to move with greater speed, flexibility, and individual initiative. Instead of rigidly adhering to a single, unbroken line, these pioneering squads were trained to actively seek out gaps in the enemy's defenses, target weak points, and exploit moments of confusion. They would artfully slip past strong enemy positions when feasible, bypassing them for follow-on troops to handle, and instead directly targeted critical points like machine gun nests, command posts, and artillery observation posts, the key nodes that held the entire defense together. This radical approach demanded significantly better training and a profound level of trust, as junior leaders on the ground were empowered and expected to make swift, crucial decisions without constantly waiting for distant orders from higher command. It also necessitated new, specialized tools and equipment, such as more grenades for close-quarters combat, lighter, more portable machine guns for squad firepower, and efficient, rapid signaling methods between units. Consequently, the entire character and mood of an assault was transformed. It became a dynamic series of rapid, tactical choices and fluid maneuvers, rather than a single, brute force shove. While infiltration tactics certainly didn't make war any less brutal, they undeniably made it far less predictable for the defender. A defender could no longer confidently assume the attack would come in a predictable, straight-ahead wave. Instead, it might suddenly materialize from an unexpected angle, carried by a handful of determined soldiers moving like ghosts or shadows between the cratered shell holes. The specialized stormtrooper-style assaults perfectly embodied this new thinking, explicitly designed to exploit weak points in the enemy line rather than relying on blunt, costly massed waves. These elite assault troops were meticulously trained to utterly disrupt and break the entrenched rhythm of static trench defense. They painstakingly studied terrain, rehearsed their routes with precision, and learned to move with lightning speed. Equipped with specialized weapons perfectly suited for close quarters fighting, including numerous grenades and compact, rapid-firing firearms. Their ultimate purpose was not to immediately capture every single trench segment. Rather, it was to rupture the entire defensive system, to swiftly penetrate where resistance was thinnest, and to deliberately sow panic and confusion deep behind the enemy lines. Once they had infiltrated, they would cut vital telephone connections, seize crucial crossroads and choke points, and effectively force the defenders to react blindly, without clear information or coordinated command. This sophisticated approach treated the battlefield less as a continuous line and more like a complex network, where a few strategically critical nodes mattered far more than holding every single yard of earth. It also demanded extraordinarily careful and precise timing with artillery support, particularly short, intense barrages designed to stun and disorient defenders just moments before the assault teams rushed in. The results could indeed be dramatic and initially highly successful. Yet these assaults were also physically exhausting, as the attackers carried heavy loads and often faced brutal, determined counterattacks. This innovative method profoundly helped reshape how commanders envisioned an attack. It became less like a blunt battering ram attempting to smash through a wall, and more like carefully finding a weak seam in that wall, then applying focused pressure until it dramatically split open. Internally, Russia catastrophically collapsed, and the ensuing revolution fundamentally transformed the delicate balance of the entire war. Across the vast empire, food lines lengthened interminably. The critical rail networks failed, and public trust in the old autocratic order utterly cracked under the relentless strain of horrific casualties and chronic shortages. In Petrograd, initially, small protests swelled into widespread strikes, and these strikes quickly ignited a political earthquake that reverberated across the nation. The centuries-old monarchy fell, and a provisional government, struggling desperately to hold the fractured country together, attempted the impossible task of continuing the fight while simultaneously addressing the profound grievances of its people. It was an inherently impossible balancing act, for the soldiers yearned for peace. The urban workers demanded bread, and the vast peasant population craved land. As central authority rapidly weakened, new, Radical voices rose to prominence through nascent councils, Soviets and political parties, promising sharper, more decisive answers and swifter revolutionary change. By the end of 1917, power had irrevocably shifted yet again, and with it, the entire strategic priorities of the Russian state were fundamentally altered. For Germany, this internal collapse represented an unforeseen and enormous strategic opening. For the beleaguered Allies, it was a frightening, gaping hole torn across the strategic map of Europe. A vast eastern front that had for years absorbed enormous enemy forces began to rapidly dissolve, and the war's critical center of gravity lurched ominously westward. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk formally and brutally removed Russia from the devastating conflict. When the new, revolutionary Russian leadership desperately pushed for peace, Germany, fully aware of its enormous leverage, pressed relentlessly for harsh, punitive terms. Negotiations unfolded in an exceptionally tense and adversarial atmosphere, with delegations fiercely arguing over new borders, control of vital resources, and the uncertain future of entire regions. The agreement that finally emerged in early 1918 was, without question, brutally one-sided. Russia was compelled to accept massive territorial losses, ceding vast swathes of valuable farmland and critical industrial regions, all in exchange for a cessation of fighting on the Eastern Front. The treaty did far more than simply redraw lines on a map. It immediately freed dozens of battle-hardened German divisions to transfer to the Western Front. It irrevocably reshaped civilian lives across newly contested lands. And it ominously signaled that the old wartime alliance system could indeed fracture from within. The decision also came with a steep internal price for Russia itself, fueling intense anger and deepening existing divisions that would soon tragically spill over into a devastating civil war. Peace, in this specific and painful instance, arrived not as a balm, but as a grievous wound. Germany's desperate spring offensive in 1918, launched with a final, massive effort, very nearly succeeded in breaking the Allied front entirely. With their forces no longer tied down on the Eastern Front, German commanders unleashed a series of massive, coordinated attacks, explicitly designed to achieve a decisive victory before the full weight of American military strength could arrive and turn the tide. The opening blows employed devastating new methods. With highly mobile assault units, stormtroopers rapidly probing for weak spots, then flooding through any discovered gaps to disrupt vital communications and cripple enemy artillery control. A combination of dense fog, incredible speed, and overwhelming shock produced dramatic early gains, and Allied lines buckled, sometimes breaking entirely, in sectors that had felt utterly stable and impregnable for years. Roads quickly became clogged with retreating troops and panicked civilians, while Allied leaders confronted the terrifying possibility of losing the entire war in a matter of weeks. Yet, this very rapid success carried its own inherent trap. Advancing armies quickly outran their vital supply lines. Units became utterly exhausted from relentless fighting, and strategic objectives blurred as meticulously laid plans collided with chaotic battlefield reality. the offensive also tragically consumed Germany's most elite and best-trained soldiers, and replacing these irreplaceable veterans became increasingly difficult. By summer, the German surge slowed to a grinding halt, and the desperate gamble began to look fatally overextended. A near victory had, in essence, spent its last strength. Allied forces, now bolstered by the rapidly arriving American manpower, were able to sustain relentless and escalating pressure. When the United States finally entered the war, its immediate impact was as much psychological and moral as it was purely military. The arrival of fresh, eager American troops sent an unmistakable signal. Time was no longer, and could never again be, on Germany's side. Transporting hundreds of thousands of these soldiers across the submarine-infested Atlantic was a monumental logistical undertaking, requiring an immense fleet of ships, vast new training camps, and the steady, rapid building of an entire army that had to learn the brutal realities of modern war and learn them fast. American units fought both under their own independent command in some pivotal battles and valiantly alongside Allied forces in others, their growing presence crucially helping to plug dangerous gaps during critical moments of the German offensive. Just as importantly, this burgeoning flow of fresh manpower allowed exhausted Allied divisions, after years of relentless fighting, to finally rest, refit, and return to the front lines with renewed strength and morale. The American arrival also fundamentally altered Allied strategic planning. Leaders could now conceive of sustained, offensive operations, rather than being perpetually confined to desperate, reactive defense. For the war-weary soldiers enduring the endless misery of the trenches, it meant something profoundly simple and incredibly powerful. Reinforcements were real, and they were arriving in numbers that simply could not be ignored. The critical momentum of the war had definitively begun to shift. The 100 Days Offensive, a relentless series of Allied attacks, systematically pushed Germany back in rapid succession, marking the final, decisive phase of the war. After surviving the terrifying spring crisis, the Allies struck back with a meticulously coordinated series of offensives, designed to keep unrelenting pressure on the German forces. Instead of staking everything on one single, grand blow, Allied commanders launched repeated, carefully timed offensives across different sectors, forcing Germany to constantly shift its dwindling reserves and respond again and again. Significantly improved coordination between infantry, artillery, tanks, and aircraft helped to create localized breakthroughs that could then be exploited with unprecedented speed and efficiency. German units were forced to fall back from strong points they had valiantly held for years, and their retreat was often far from orderly, at times verging on rout. Their critical rail lines were strained to breaking point. Reserves were dangerously thin, and morale was profoundly shaken by the undeniable feeling that the tide of war had irrevocably turned for good. Crucially, each Allied success made the next easier, as captured ground included vital roads, critical rail hubs, and commanding observation points, facilitating further advances. The sheer pace of the offensive was paramount. It left Germany little time to rebuild coherent defenses and effectively transformed the grinding war of attrition into a dynamic, running battle. rather than a fixed, static siege. By early November, German forces were still fighting with desperate bravery and stubborn determination. Yet, the strategic direction of the war was by then unmistakable. The end was rapidly, inexorably approaching. As Germany's key allies began to surrender one by one, armistice talks finally commenced, signaling the inevitable end of the devastating conflict. In the final stages of the war, Germany found itself increasingly isolated, no longer supported by a confident and unified coalition. One partner after another sought terms for peace, and each withdrawal from the conflict tightened the suffocating circle around the Central Powers. Bulgaria's exit opened critical routes into the Balkans. The Ottoman government edged towards surrender as relentless pressures mounted in the Middle East. And Austria-Hungary, already strained by internal nationalistic fractures and devastating military defeats, began to unravel, both politically and militarily. These cascading collapses mattered immensely, not only because they removed vital troops, crucial resources, and strategic depth from the Central Powers, but also because they utterly shattered any remaining sense that victory was still remotely possible. German leaders were confronted with a grim, undeniable arithmetic. While fighting could technically continue, the entire intricate network that sustained their war effort was demonstrably falling apart. Behind the lines, widespread hunger and civil unrest grew louder and more urgent, and the military situation continued to worsen dramatically by the week. The requests for an armistice were fundamentally shaped by this relentless cascade of failures, for it is extraordinarily difficult to bargain from a position of strength when your key partners have already abandoned the fight. Diplomacy, in this desperate final hour, arrived not as a carefully negotiated compromise, but as a kind of urgent emergency brake. Millions of soldiers were simply recorded as missing, their identities utterly erased by the brutal, indiscriminate nature of the modern battlefield. The sheer destructive power of modern artillery and weaponry could obliterate human bodies so completely that grieving families often received no remains at all. Only a devastating notice and a haunting question mark where a name should have been. Massive explosions buried men alive in collapsed trenches, scattered their remains across vast, churned-up cratered fields, or left behind fragments that were tragically unidentifiable. Over the course of years, relentless shelling continually churned and rechurned the same ground, so even carefully marked graves could vanish without a trace. Identification tags offered some hope, yet they were not a guarantee, and crucial paperwork could easily be lost or destroyed amidst the chaos of retreat or battle. For the relatives left behind, the agonizing absence of a body was its own unique and perpetual wound. Without a body, proper mourning could have no final ritual, no tangible closure, and an agonizing, false hope could linger painfully for years. Governments established vast missing lists, created commissions, and later initiated dedicated search efforts. But the overwhelming scale of the loss often rendered these efforts tragically inadequate. The war, in essence, produced a new and particularly cruel kind of grief, one profoundly shaped by gnawing uncertainty and an unbearable, unbridgeable distance. In earlier conflicts, a village might lose its sons in battle, yet still know where they lay buried. In this war, countless individuals simply disappeared, vanishing without a trace into the scarred landscape. The very earth itself, it seemed, kept their names. Amidst the vast, unidentifiable casualties, the tombs of the unknown soldier emerged as profoundly sacred symbols of shared, collective loss and remembrance. After millions of dead could not be individually identified, nations desperately sought a way to collectively honor every single one of them at once. The idea was both simple and profoundly moving. One unnamed body, chosen with immense care and solemnity, would stand as the poignant representative for all those who never came home and whose names could never be known. The ensuing ceremonies carried an extraordinary emotional weight, precisely because the unknown soldier could, by extension, belong to any grieving family. A mother could imagine her lost son. A comrade could envision his fallen friend. The tomb thus became a hallowed space where private grief could powerfully converge with public memory, transcending any arguments over rank, wealth, or political affiliation. It also forged a new, solemn language of remembrance, where profound silence, symbolic wreaths, and eternal flames took the place of the deafening, brutal noise of the battlefield. These poignant monuments were not about celebrating victory parades. They were about honoring absence, acknowledging sacrifice, and fulfilling the solemn duty to remember the true, devastating cost of war. Over time, the unknown soldier became a kind of national heartbeat, returning each year in sacred rituals that compelled people to look back at the past, not with triumphal excitement, but with profound solemnity and sober reflection. It was a solemn, enduring promise that even without a name, a life lost would forever be honored. As the war drew to a close, the devastating influenza pandemic followed closely in the wake of wartime movement, sweeping across the globe and killing millions worldwide. As vast armies and workers moved ceaselessly across continents, they inadvertently carried far more than just supplies and military orders. They carried deadly disease, propagating it through crowded military camps, packed trains, and congested ships, where bodies were already exhausted from years of conflict and medical resources were tragically limited. In 1918, a particularly deadly wave of influenza surged with terrifying speed through both civilian cities and military units, often striking so rapidly that previously healthy individuals became seriously ill, or even succumbed. Within a single day, hospitals quickly overflowed beyond capacity. Funerals multiplied relentlessly, and entire communities were enveloped in a profound, eerie hush that no wartime censorship could possibly hide. The pandemic's reach was tragically global, and its timing unimaginably cruel. Just as many people dared to imagine the sweet prospect of peace, another catastrophic crisis arrived, one that utterly disregarded treaties, borders, or flags. While the war undeniably created the ideal, devastating conditions for its spread, the virus itself became a distinct and massive catastrophe, with death tolls that rivaled or even tragically exceeded battlefield deaths in many regions. The long-term impact of this pandemic was profound, as survivors carried with them indelible memories of a terrifying season when danger lurked not just on the distant front lines, but terrifyingly in the very air they breathed and in the hands they held. Far from bringing lasting harmony, the peace terms dictated by the Treaty of Versailles inadvertently planted dangerous seeds of future conflict. In 1919, negotiators gathered near Paris, tasked with crafting a peace that would feel final and enduring. Instead, they produced a settlement that many, particularly in Germany, perceived not as peace, but as a harsh and deeply humiliating punishment. Germany was controversially required to accept sole blame for the war in a war guilt clause that became a source of lasting humiliation, and it faced cripplingly heavy reparations that placed an unbearable strain on an already shaken and fragile economy. The treaty further limited the size of Germany's military and imposed severe restrictions on its weaponry and conscription, measures that deeply wounded national pride and fostered profound resentment. Significant territory changed hands, and the Rhineland was placed under special conditions that made many Germans feel perpetually threatened and strategically vulnerable. At the same time, disillusionment spread even outside Germany. Many felt that while the treaty had promised to usher in a better, more just world, it often devolved into cynical, old-style power politics. It succeeded in ending the immediate fighting, but it conspicuously failed to end, and arguably even exacerbated deep-seated resentment. When a supposed peace settlement leaves millions feeling trapped, cheated, or profoundly shamed, it inevitably lays the groundwork for future instability and conflict. The aftermath of Versailles, though halting the immediate combat, conspicuously failed to foster genuine peace. Instead, it arguably intensified deeply rooted grievances. When a supposed peace settlement leaves millions feeling disenfranchised, exploited, or profoundly humiliated, it inevitably lays the volatile groundwork for future instability and renewed conflict, effectively becoming a ticking fuse. Versailles did not, by itself, ignite the next global conflagration, but it certainly left the room with a lingering scent of smoke, signaling unaddressed tensions. The League of Nations was conceived with the ambitious aim of preventing another such catastrophe. After 4 grueling years of unprecedented slaughter, many global leaders concluded that true peace demanded a fundamentally new kind of architectural framework, one built on cooperation, not confrontation. The League of Nations was therefore designed as a pivotal international forum where disputes could be openly aired, diplomatic pressure could be strategically applied, and collective action could effectively deter aggression before it escalated into full-blown warfare. Its very existence served as a powerful testament to the harsh lessons the world had just endured. That diplomacy could no longer be relegated to secret private deals or the whims of powerful individuals alone. The League established various councils and a General Assembly, acting as its operational arms. It actively sponsored crucial humanitarian work and diligently strove to embed international cooperation as a routine habit, rather than merely a reactive crisis response. Yet, despite its lofty ideals, it faced significant limitations from its very inception. Major global powers often failed to commit fully, and enforcement of its resolutions depended precariously on members unanimously agreeing to act precisely when it mattered most. The United States, notably, never joined. a decision that critically weakened the perception that the League truly represented the entirety of the post-war order. Even so, it successfully planted an important and enduring idea. That peace is far more than just a signed treaty. It is a dynamic system that must be continuously maintained, vigilantly watched, and proactively repaired. A dizzying transformation swept across the map of Europe as old imperial borders fractured and dramatically shifted. With the collapse of empires, new states rapidly emerged to fill the vacuum, creating a vibrant, yet volatile, tapestry of nations. Poland, for instance, dramatically reappeared after more than a century of partitions, while Czechoslovakia was forged from lands previously under imperial rule. In the south, an ambitious new kingdom united Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes under a single crown, striving to blend disparate peoples into a unified identity. The Baltic states vigorously asserted their independence, and new borders were fiercely debated in international conferences, confirmed by plebiscites, and sometimes even solidified through fresh outbreaks of fighting. These nascent nations carried immense hope, for self-rule resonated as justice after decades or centuries of imperial subjugation. However, they also brought inherent tension, as borders rarely aligned neatly with existing populations. Minorities frequently found themselves on the wrong side of newly drawn lines, sowing the seeds of grievances that would endure for decades. The end of the war, therefore, was not merely a conclusion. It was a profound political rebirth, accompanied by all the inherent pain and upheaval such a transformation can bring. The majestic Austro-Hungarian Empire, a seemingly immutable fixture of Central Europe, vanished into several successor states. For centuries, the Habsburg monarchy had skillfully held together a complex patchwork of diverse languages, religions, and regions under its vast imperial roof. The war, however, brutally exposed how fragile that intricate arrangement had truly become. As military defeats mounted and critical shortages deepened, nationalist movements within its borders gained overwhelming strength, and loyalty to Vienna visibly eroded in the provinces. By the time the empire finally collapsed, it didn't transition into a single, clear replacement. Instead, it fractured into distinct, separate states, including significantly smaller nations like Austria and Hungary, while other territories joined new or expanded neighboring countries. People who had once moved freely within a single imperial space suddenly found themselves confronting restrictive borders, mandatory passports, and competing national claims. Rail lines, originally designed for a unified economy, now abruptly crossed hostile frontiers. Cities that had once felt central to a grand empire became isolated, and communities that had lived side by side for generations were abruptly pushed into new and often antagonistic political categories. The disappearance of the empire was not just a diplomatic event discussed in grand halls. It was a daily shock, an intimate and profound rupture, as an entire way of belonging and living dissolved almost overnight. In Germany, the Kaiser fled, and a republic courageously replaced the monarchy. As the tide of war decisively turned against Germany, widespread unrest engulfed the homeland, and the authority of the old regime began its irreversible crumble. Sailors famously mutinied, workers staged massive protests, and political leaders were forced to confront the stark reality that the country simply could not continue under its existing structure. Kaiser Wilhelm II, in a dramatic exit symbolizing the end of an era, abdicated and sought refuge in the Netherlands. In his place, Germany transitioned into a republic, later to be known as the precarious Weimar Republic, which inherited an almost impossible set of problems. It was tasked with accepting a crushing defeat, managing both revolution and counter-revolution, and negotiating peace terms that many of its citizens vehemently viewed as a profound national betrayal. This new government also faced the daunting challenge of building legitimacy from scratch, all while countless veterans returned to a society overflowing with grief, anger, and disillusionment. The shift from monarchy to republic was anything but a smooth handover. It was a perilous leap made under immense pressure, with the very ground still violently shaking beneath its feet. Germany had survived the war, but its political foundations had been rebuilt in the midst of a raging storm. Similarly, the vast Ottoman Empire dissolved, and new mandates fundamentally reshaped the region. The Ottoman state had majestically ruled a huge and incredibly diverse territory for many centuries. Yet, the war pushed it decisively past its breaking point. As Ottoman control steadily weakened, Allied powers advanced. Local nationalist movements surged, and rival plans for the region violently collided. After the cessation of hostilities, former Ottoman lands were controversially reorganized through mandate arrangements under the League of Nations, with Britain and France effectively assuming administrative control over crucial areas that included Iraq, Palestine, and Syria. On paper, these mandates were theoretically intended to guide territories toward eventual self-government. In practice, however, they often felt like merely a new form of outside rule, and local populations who had eagerly anticipated independence instead found themselves facing foreign officials and newly imposed foreign borders. These changes also inextricably set the stage for later disputes, as boundaries were frequently drawn with political convenience in mind, rather than reflecting local realities or ethnic distributions. The empire's end did not usher in a calm, blank slate. It created a crowded and complex future, replete with competing promises, new authorities, and deeply divisive questions that would not settle quickly. War debts profoundly drained national economies and, in turn, fueled political extremism across the continent. The war had been financed on an extraordinary, almost unfathomable scale, and when the guns at last fell silent, the staggering bills remained. Governments owed immense sums, and many had borrowed heavily from abroad, particularly from the United States. Repaying these colossal debts necessitated higher taxes, strict austerity measures, or rampant inflation. And each of these options inevitably generated widespread social anger and discontent. In Germany, the burden of reparations added another excruciating layer of pressure, and economic instability became a daily, harrowing experience for ordinary families. In Britain and France, the monumental cost of rebuilding shattered infrastructure and caring for legions of wounded veterans fiercely competed with the urgent need to stabilize national currencies and international trade. Across war-weary Europe, people inevitably compared their immense sacrifices with their grim living conditions. and many concluded with bitter resentment that the old political parties had utterly failed them. That pervasive sense of betrayal became fertile ground for extremist movements, which eagerly promised simple, radical answers, strong, decisive leadership, and vengeful retribution against perceived enemies both within and without. Debt may sound like a mere accounting term, but it can behave like a potent weapon. It has the power to erode trust, turn neighbors violently against one another, and make democracy itself feel agonizingly slow and utterly powerless. The economic aftermath of the war thus rapidly transformed into a full-blown political storm. Millions of veterans returned home carrying injuries that society often struggled, or simply failed, to comprehend. The war sent vast numbers of soldiers back home, and many carried wounds that did not magically heal at the Armistice. Some returned with horrific amputations, learning to navigate the world with heavy and imperfect prosthetics. Others were blinded, severely burned, or permanently scarred, facing a world that often stared, pitied, or uncomfortably looked away. Many also returned with profound, invisible injuries, recurring nightmares, crippling panic attacks, and an extreme startle response that could transform a simple slamming door into absolute terror. Families longed for their loved ones to return as they once were. Yet the person who came back often felt profoundly changed, prematurely aged, and harder to reach. Governments did establish hospitals, offer pensions, and create rehabilitation programs. But the sheer scale of need was utterly overwhelming. Jobs were scarce in regions where economies were still painfully shifting from wartime production back to peacetime, making reintegration an even more arduous task. Veterans formed powerful associations, marched for benefits, and vociferously demanded respect. And their collective presence significantly reshaped politics in many countries. For these veterans, the war did not end in November. It continued to rage within their bodies, minds, and daily lives. Memorials began to fill towns and cities, transforming private grief into a permanently public spectacle. After the war, mourning was no longer confined to the solemn privacy of homes. It ascended into streets and town squares, meticulously carved into stone, and placed strategically where everyone would inevitably pass it. Communities diligently raised funds for cenotaphs, plaques, and imposing statues, often listing names in long, solemn columns that made the scale of loss starkly visible and utterly undeniable. These ubiquitous memorials served many profound purposes simultaneously. They honored the countless dead, provided grieving families with a tangible place to stand and reflect when no actual grave existed, and attempted to bestow meaning upon suffering that often felt brutally senseless. Rituals organically grew around them, especially on Armistice Day, when silence itself became a powerful form of speech. Red poppies, with their vibrant color, emerged as a potent symbol of remembrance, carrying both poignant beauty and deep ache. These memorials also fundamentally shaped collective memory, for what is etched into public space inexorably becomes part of a community's identity. A new generation grew up reading those names, understanding that history lived not just in books, but in their own streets and neighborhoods. The war became an indelible part of the landscape, not only in distant craters abroad but in the solemn monuments at home. Literature and poetry eloquently carried the brutal reality of the trenches into the minds of the peacetime public. Some of the war's most lasting echoes were written, not shouted from battlefields. Soldiers and veterans meticulously described the front lines in poems, memoirs, and novels that steadfastly refused to polish the harsh truth into a romanticized glory. Writers like Wilfred Owen and Siegfried Sassoon employed sharp, searing images and bitter irony to expose the dehumanizing impact of modern killing on both bodies and ideals. Others captured the pervasive feeling of disillusionment, highlighting the vast chasm between jingoistic patriotic slogans and the lived experience of fear, unimaginable filth, and profound loss. These powerful works fundamentally altered how later generations imagined the war, bringing readers uncomfortably close to the trench line without uniforms or orders. The raw, unflinching writing also influenced art more broadly, feeding into modernist styles that felt fragmented, restless, and deeply skeptical of old certainties. In classrooms and living rooms, these potent words carried the war forward, shaping how people talked about duty, leadership, and truth. Even those who had never heard a shell scream could be haunted by a single sentence. The written word thus became a second battlefield, where memory fiercely fought against the encroaching tide of forgetting. Battlefield photography dramatically changed how civilians at home imagined distant fighting. For the first time in history, many people at home could witness war with an unsettling, almost visceral clarity. Photographs showed grim trenches, ruined villages, and exhausted men resting beside smashed walls. And they required no storyteller to imbue them with reality. While some images were carefully staged, due to bulky cameras and slow exposures, the medium still carried a special authority, as a photograph felt undeniably like proof. Newspapers and postcards widely disseminated these powerful scenes across countries, and families meticulously studied faces, uniforms, and landscapes, desperately searching for meaning or a familiar face. Governments understood this immense power and attempted to guide it, selectively allowing certain images while restricting others that might damage public morale. Yet, despite these controls, the camera still brought the front line closer to home than any earlier war had ever managed. It fundamentally changed how civilians pictured sacrifice, danger, and the immense distance separating them from the conflict. Once you had seen a battlefield, even within a small black and white rectangle, it became infinitely harder to romanticize war as pure glory. Modern passports and stringent border controls dramatically expanded during the pervasive wartime security fears. Before the war, crossing many European borders could be surprisingly informal for a great number of travelers, a testament to a more open, interconnected continent. World War I shattered that atmosphere of ease, as governments began to perceive movement itself as a grave security risk. Spies, deserters, and smugglers became constant anxieties, and states responded by significantly tightening paperwork and surveillance. Identity documents became far more standardized, and checks grew much stricter at rail stations and ports. Even ordinary civilians could be questioned intensely about their destinations and purposes. and foreign nationals often faced suspicion simply for being foreign. These new controls also profoundly shaped the economy, as trade and labor movement now had to pass through an increasing number of regulated gates. The war made the state feel closer, more pervasive, because it reached directly into people's travel plans, employment, and daily routines. After the Armistice, many of these formidable systems did not vanish. Once built, bureaucracy tends to stubbornly remain. The modern world of passports, visas, and closely monitored borders owes a significant part of its shape to the ingrained fears of wartime. The home front, too, transformed into a battlefield of labor, hunger, and morale. While soldiers engaged in brutal combat at the actual front lines, civilians on the home front fiercely struggled to keep daily life functioning under immense strain. Factories ran constantly, pushing production to its absolute limits. Farms faced severe labor shortages, and families navigated rationing, spiraling prices, and the constant, chilling fear of bad news arriving at their door. Strikes, protests, and political arguments frequently flared, as people passionately disagreed about the burdens of sacrifice and the fairness of its distribution. And because exhaustion can so easily transmute into simmering anger, governments meticulously monitored public opinion, aggressively promoted unity campaigns, and worried about civilian morale as if it were another critical front line. Children diligently collected scrap materials. Households meticulously saved fuel, and communities organized vital aid for widows and wounded veterans. This pervasive pressure also fundamentally altered relationships within homes, as women often assumed new roles, managing finances and making critical decisions while men were away at war. The war demanded that civilians accept severe limits on their speech, travel, and daily choices, effectively treating private life as an integral part of national strategy. The home front unequivocally demonstrates that total war is not confined to the trenches. It's spread into kitchens, pay packets, classrooms, and the quiet, heavy weight of waiting. World War I irrevocably ended an era of confident European supremacy. Before 1914, many Europeans harbored an unquestioned assertion of dominance, assuming their power was stable, inevitable, and destined to perpetually expand across the globe. The war brutally shattered that certainty. It exposed how fragile vast empires could truly be, how quickly sophisticated economies could break under sustained strain, and how much catastrophic destruction could unfold right in the very heart of Europe. The conflict also tragically drained Europe's resources and gravely undermined its global credibility, simultaneously encouraging anti-colonial movements to vehemently question why distant peoples should continue to accept rule from states that had so nearly destroyed themselves. Outside Europe, new powers steadily gained influence through their burgeoning finance, industry, and military participation, and the global balance of power began a decisive tilt. At the same time, European societies were forced to confront mass death on an unimaginable scale, a grim reality that profoundly undercut old myths of progress and technological benevolence. Technology still advanced, yet it had been perverted and used to kill in horrifying new ways. After the Armistice, Europe certainly remained important, but it no longer appeared invulnerable. The war marked a profound turning point, where global leadership felt fiercely contested rather than merely assumed, and where the current of history no longer seemed to flow from one continent alone. Its far-reaching legacy shaped the entirety of the 20th century, from grand politics to intimate personal memory. The Great War did not simply end. It kept unfolding through its cascading consequences. New borders inevitably created fresh disputes. Economic shocks fed widespread instability, and defeated societies carried deep-seated grievances that could be skillfully exploited by ambitious, ruthless leaders. Ideas about citizenship, fundamental rights, and the very nature of state power significantly shifted as nations gravely remembered what total mobilization had required. Military thinking evolved dramatically. 2. As tanks, aircraft, and coordinated firepower hinted at future wars that would be terrifyingly faster and even more destructive. In culture, the war left an indelible imprint, with powerful poems, evocative novels, and solemn memorial rituals that profoundly shaped how later generations understood sacrifice and loss. Families carried private histories of profound personal loss, and communities erected public monuments that literally turned grief into geography. Even language itself changed, with phrases and images becoming shorthand for the futility and trauma that permeated the era. This enduring legacy matters immensely because it constantly reminds us that major events do not remain confined to their own time. They echo through policy, art, and identity long after the guns fall silent. To truly understand the 20th century, one must listen carefully for those pervasive echoes. As we come to the close of our reflective journey through World War I, one can distinctly feel just how wide its expansive shadow still stretches. We began with a single, fateful moment in Sarajevo and watched it inexorably expand into a global storm, consuming nations and reshaping destinies. We moved from the initial rush of eager plans and grand promises into the hellish trenches, which themselves became entire worlds of mud, wire, and sheer endurance. We followed the terrifying rise of new weapons and new fears, from the insidious gas and relentless machine guns to the formidable tanks and aircraft that transformed the sky into yet another battlefield. We also traced the quieter, yet equally profound, revolutions. The home front dramatically reshaped daily life, as factories, ration books, and relentless propaganda pulled ordinary civilians deeply into the struggle. Across vast oceans and sprawling empires, people were drawn into the conflict in ways they never could have expected. And when the war finally ended, it did not neatly close behind them. Instead, it left a world irrevocably altered. Empires fell, borders dramatically shifted, and peace arrived with arguments still furiously unfinished. Memories settled into enduring monuments, haunting poems, evocative photographs, and countless names that could not always be recovered. Now, let all of that begin to gently drift back, like distant thunder moving away across the horizon. Let your breathing gradually slow. Let your shoulders soften, releasing any lingering tension. The day you have lived is here with you, but it does not need to be carried tightly. You can set it down, little by little, as you prepare to rest. If you found this contemplative step through history enjoyable, Please feel welcome to like, subscribe, or share your thoughts below. It genuinely helps the channel grow, and it assists others in finding their way here, too. And if you happen to still be awake, there will be another video patiently waiting on the screen, ready for your next late-night journey. For now, allow your eyes to grow heavy, and let the profound weight of the past slowly fade into calm. Sleep well, and good night.